My name is Daniel Cook, and I co-founded a company called Spryfox. Some people blame me for starting the merge genre, and as an apology, I thought I would read you a little story. So, once upon a time, this is like 3 years ago, a lone rider stopped at a small village. No one there knew how to make games. It was a very, very sad village. The rider kind of blurted out, "Hey, let's make a game." The villagers all looked at him, very confused, but they decided it's a lonely village, it's the middle of winter, let's roll with this. "I want to make Zelda," said one villager. "Halo is the only game that exists," declared another. "Stupid rider, we don't even know how to make a game," yelled the villagers. It was a tough crowd. The rider, however, was secretly the rarest of magical creatures. They were an optimist. "No problem," said the rider. "We can make a stone soup game." Blank looks all around the room. The villager the short villager, there was a short villager with a very deep voice, said, "What, stone soup game? I've never heard of that." Well, it's really simple," said the rider. "First, you put out a stone." And the rider fished a single black ghost stone, because they had lots of them in their pocket, and put it out on the table. Then we go around in a circle. Everyone goes around in a circle and find out what each person can add to the game that they're making. Why don't we try it right now? There was a tall villager with a back curved like a candy cane, and they confessed, "I don't think I have anything to contribute really. I study the cross-pollination of orchids by mountain hummingbirds, and I like to write on my blog about them." Everyone kind of cocked their head to one side. There was an old man who's kind of had a beard, balding, very old, and he had a nose like a pickle. And he said, "Haha, I can make rude noises with my armpits." And he demonstrated. It was glorious. His name was Roland. There was a tiny little lady who once lived in Brighton who said, "I've been playing with Bitsy and Twine, but I'm too ashamed to show anything because everybody knows, that those are not real games." And then one child, they started crying. They said, "Everybody is saying that they have something that they can do, but I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to make a game at all." And the rider said, "Aha." And they pulled up a magic scroll. They're an optimist. They have magic scrolls. And they said, "Okay, let's read the scroll. The scroll has the answer to this." The scroll said, "Spend some time asking people what they need. And then, if you can't help them, find someone who can." And the child is like, "Oh, I can do that. I can do that. That's not that hard." And then there was one last person deep in the shadows. They had glowing eyes. And they whispered, I've been playing with particle effects. Boom. And that kind of put an end to the conversation. So they put all these things on the table, and then they asked, well, what good does this do us? What can we even make? And it turns out they could not make Zelda. They couldn't even make Halo. Instead, there was a game they could make. And so they fiddled and they screwed around and they tried some things and they built some stuff and they threw it away and then they tried some other things and they made a plan and made a checklist and tried to add a cool thing here and a cool thing there and took them out and added them again. And when the timeline was up and then they had to ship the game, they shipped the game. And it was an interesting game. It was a game about hummingbirds and blowing things up in Bitsy, and all the characters talked by farting. Just that was the whole conversation. And I'll be honest, this was the best game ever. Like literally the best game ever. And it wasn't the best game ever because it sold the most copies. It was the best game ever because it was their game. It was their unique, no one else could have done it, contribution to the world. Anyway, so that's the story. And I suppose because you're very value-oriented people and you want to get something out of this and get things done and check things off and figure out what you've learned, you want to know the lesson to the story. So here's one thought. Every game I have ever worked on is a stone soup game. Every team has unique talents, things that only they can do. And all you have to do to find that out, to find those unique talents, is to ask. So just ask them. And every team also has a game that only they can make. So embrace your weirdness. Embrace your limitations. Good luck. Be kind to one another. And if all else fails, don't forget that magic scroll and listen to what people on your team really need. All the best.
Hello, what's good, and welcome, jammers, to the Global Game Jam 2022. I am mad excited to be back. You saw me; I had blue hair. No, not so much anymore. A little more professional. Yeah, we'll see how it works out. Anyway, I'm Tom Battinger. I go by F on the internet. I'm joined here by the wonderful Simply Gabby, and we will be your hosts throughout this entire day, which should be a lot of fun. Right now, you see us immediately joined here by our friends Tim and Tarya. They're going to be starting us off and kind of chatting a little bit about it. So, Tim and Tarya, I guess we'll lead, left to right. Tim, why don't you jump off and tell us what's going to go on and what we're going to do here today?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Tim Cullings, Director of Operations at Global Game Jam. I'm super excited to have you all here joining us to watch the theme reveal and the keynote videos. You just saw one of them before the show if you were here with Dan Cook from Spry Fox, and that's going to happen in about 30 minutes or so. We'll be showing the theme reveal video. Other than that, we're going to have appearances from organizers, jammers, sponsors, all talking about the Global Game Jam and what it means to them. And we're really excited about the jam, which starts next week on the 20th of January. And then it can start anywhere between the 20th and the 28th, depending on when your local site is starting. And then people will jam for approximately 48 hours and make a game based on the theme that we're about to reveal during this stream today.
Awesome. And Tarya, glad to have you here.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I've been jamming with Global Game Jam for years, and now I'm kind of on the other side of the screen, and this is really exciting. So I'm Director of Communications at Global Game Jam, and I'm just so excited. This is so cool. We have been working hard for months, I would say, and finally, this
Yeah.
happens. Next week will be so amazing.
Yeah, watching everything really like come together is a lot of fun here. And Gabby, like I said, you're joining here. We're going to be here throughout the entire day. Tim kind of gave us a little bit of peek behind the curtain. We're going to be talking to some sponsors and stuff, but really what it is the core of game design and game dev, right? Like we're just here looking to have a good time. And I thought the Daniel Cook, Gabby, if you want to touch on that opening video, I really like that. I think that was really core to what we're doing here.
I wish you could have seen my face while he was telling that story because it was just a complete twist and turn. You could really tell his enthusiasm for the stone soup method of game design, if you will. And, I think that really is what makes events like this special. I was talking to Tom before we started. I participated in Global Game Jam probably like 9, 10 years ago now, and being able to get together with some friends, spend 48 hours just hammering out a game with whatever you can bring to the table and being able to celebrate that is really exciting. And I imagine, Tim and Tarya, this is really the highlight of the year for y'all. You've been working towards this for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm usually host a site here in Seattle, Washington, where I am, and we've been doing that since 2016. And the last time we did an in-person one, we had almost 250 people at the Science Museum in Seattle and made a ton of games and super fun. And I really miss those in-person jams, but I'm happy we can still do an online version. And some places are still doing in-person jams this year, which is great to see those come back. And we hope they go well for everybody. And yeah, just watching all the creativity, like the outpouring of thousands and thousands of games being made by tens of thousands of creators all over the world at the same time is just like an unbelievable feeling, and like just getting to be a part of making that all happen and providing that space for people to create and like uh, test their limits, as you're going to hear a lot of people talk about, and learn new things is just great.
Yeah, you said something in there
Playing
that
all those games of
no,
No,
I'm sorry,
I'm just
Tarya. Go
saying
ahead.
that
Go ahead. It's
we
your
we of
show.
course we are of course going to play all those games as well, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, getting a
Best
chance to
part.
really like show everybody what we've been doing, everything is really cool. And one of the things, one of the I guess interesting things about our industry is that through online everything, we are able to do a little bit of what we would do in person. And I think one of the most important aspects of the global game jam, the global aspect, is something that we still can do thanks to the internet and everything. Being able to, you're based out there in Seattle, and later on, we're going to be able to talk to people from all over the world, from Portugal, from Saudi Arabia, Latvia, from Tunisia, and seeing all of these people come together. literally or figuratively. I mean, that's, I think, one of the cooler things here. Tarya, that I think that's the global aspect. We've seen it grow over the years, and here in 2022, I mean, it's one of the strongest, I think, outputs that we've seen.
And I'm in northern Finland, so it's kind of tells it all. We can do it globally. We can do it. We have internet, so we have all we need. Kind of.
I've heard many nerds say that before. Me being one of them.
We're looking at around 100 countries at least this year, so it's exciting to see
Yeah.
countries from all over the world come together.
Huge.
Oh wow. Yeah,
That is so
100
cool.
different companies. Yeah, 100 different countries, excuse me, coming together. And then, of course, we have the international support from our sponsors. When we look at different companies and different, engines and such, many different people from all over the world have their hands and their ideas and their knowledge put into that. And so, down to the tools that we use here, to use the same Stone Soup example, we're building Stone Soup with tools made of Stone Soup from people with a background in Stone Soup. I think that's really like core to what we're doing here at the Global Game Jam is, it really is just the ultimate expression of experience and exploration. Whole bunch of E-words there, but I think they're certainly full of what we do here at the Global Game Jam. So last year I got a chance to talk to a lot of different types of people, some developers, some first timers that have never been there before, as well as some people that have been there forever. Tim and Tarya, I believe I spoke to you guys as well. Tim, do you know what other types of people we're going to get a chance to really talk to today and see what they're doing?
Yeah, today is going to be a lot of our organizers, the regional organizers, who are the people who interview every site organizer that applies in their region, and make sure that they know how to run the events and that they have a safe place to do that, and are familiar with all the rules and things that go into being a part of Global Game Jam. And they're like the point of contact between us at HQ and the people that are out there doing it and hosting these wonderful events for people. And then we'll have probably some jammers who have made games with us and have graduated up to be organizers and sponsors as well. So yeah, it should be a great mix of people to hear from today.
Excellent. And then Tarya, why don't we before we say goodbye to you guys, why don't I give you the floor to kind of break down, what is the Global Game Jam? We've done a lot of talking about like what it's about and like what we're doing here and stuff, but rules and ready, set, go. Why don't you break down the bullet points as to what the Global Game Jam is, what we're going to get into?
Sometimes I feel like there's as many answers as there are jammers and as there are organizers, but you have 20, oh my God, I almost said 24, no, 48 hours to make a game with the theme you are about to hear soon. And that's kind of it. Kind of rest is up to you. You can, and of course, don't forget to check those diversifiers. They were just announced.
That's always a lot of fun. Yeah. So there's 48 hours, gotta just put a game together, small teams, and then
2 days.
Tarya mentioned those diversifiers towards the end. They're kind of like we're all gamers here. They're like affixes to Mythic Plus or Diablo, right? Where you just like, all right, throw a curveball, try to do something a little bit interesting to the game that you already have presented. And and of course all the games are brought to you. They're centered around a central topic, which is just kidding. We're going to reveal that in just a little bit. Got you there. That's what we're doing here today. But Tim and Tarya, you guys have started off the show in an excellent way. We really can't thank you enough for your time and obviously putting everything together. And then, of course, we have people that, make everything sort of work here. Shout outs to the money folks, our sponsors, definitely a big part of what we're doing here today at the Global Game Jam. So shout outs to all of our friends over at Unity, Big Bang, Endless, Discord, Facebook Gaming, Unreal Engine, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Core Games, Virtuos, Twilo Quest, UK Games Talent and Finance, the Cultural Antiquities Task Force of the United States State Department, Houdini, Challenge, DDM, and Richcast. All of these people come together to let us do this and really explore what it is to be a game designer, much deeper than people might have you led to believe. But we have a whole bunch of people to talk to. Myself and Gabby are going to be back in just a matter of moments with a couple of different people. Tim and Tarya, thank you for your time. We'll see you in a little bit.
Great show. Good luck, everybody.
Welcome back,
Hey.
everybody, to the 2022 Global Game Jam theme reveal stream. My name is Simply Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Tom F. Badinger and our friends Bassem Sadiq and Harizi Ilyes,
Hey.
all the way from Tunisia. How are you guys doing today?
Great. We're excited to be with you.
Actually, fine.
Awesome. Yeah, I can imagine. Is this your first Game Jam, or have you guys participated in Game Jams in the past?
Who starts first, me or
I'm
Liz?
gonna like. Okay, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
begin.
Whoever wants to.
Sam, it's not. Okay, so I was like the first global game jam. In 2018 as a developer in the global game jam. Uh, for now, I am like I can participate, and my main objective like to sharing my experience and my knowledge as a coach in global game jam. So yeah, that's it.
All
Right.
right. How about you, Bassem?
For what concerns me, I was right in 2019 as a coach. I was there for a local game jam in Sousse, in city in Tunisia. And now I'm the site organizer. Back in 2022, I did like the experience and I decided to make it my own contribution to the community. Yeah.
That is awesome. And I'm curious, you both have experience as coaches. What do you find rewarding about that? And why don't we start again with Harizi, since I would imagine it must be a lot of fun to
Okay.
be able to share your knowledge and help coach people through the 48 hours while they're making their game.
Yeah, actually, we are in Global Game Jam is hosted by DG Art Living Lab. Like he's the first living lab in Tunisia, certified by an European network of living labs. So sharing knowledge and our experience, it's like our main objective in DG Art Living Lab. So yeah, since 2018. Global Game Jam made me discover myself in game development and how we create the game development. Now I actually study mobile development, but my main statue I am like VR virtual reality developer. It's The Global Game Jam was the first event in game development that I was going in and sharing my experience because we was working with 3D artists from the first school in 3D in Tunisia, NetInfo. So we are like teams of 4 or 5 from developers and 3D artists and etc. So we passed like three nights together, sharing our knowledge, make a lot of fun, playing video games and making video games. Like yeah, that's it. So this is our concept in January, but we love to be like coaches to who share their experience and etc. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that is
Okay.
really exciting. And Tom, I imagine that with your experience last year hosting this event, it must be really cool getting to talk to people like Bassem and Harizi who have just been around and have been able to share their knowledge like they have.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cool things about the global aspect of the global game jam is exactly what Huddiesy was talking about is how everybody kind of comes together. We got our stone soup analogy earlier, but then you kind of like boil it down into our close like localities and everything. And, you really start to see the differences, I think, in each little enclave, so to speak. And so, Basim, I want to go to you and kind of ask what is it one of the fun things about global game jam is how we and games in general is how we kind of like pull from all over the world, but as you work in Tunisia with your Tunisian friends and everything, what do you think like your style is? There like a North African or like a Tunisian effort that it
Yeah.
looks like when your guys put something out?
Well, that's the aim actually. We want to make something that looks special, that comes actually from Tunisia, that makes some differentiation in the game industry. Um, Yeah, I believe that we've seen some games here locally. We've seen some studios making some games with some art that comes with inspiration from local environments. We've seen some. I could mention the names, but yeah, we've seen. That's the aim actually. We want to make some games with identity that makes us shine a bit. And yeah, for what concerns back to the question, what brings us to here actually, we like all people, we want to make some impact on the local community here. And actually, myself, I'm working as hopefully I will be a Unity instructor. And the aim is that to get more and more, I'm getting more and more of my students here to participate. Also the local community here in SUS. So we want the industry to get stronger, to make more impact, and that's why we believe in the game jam.
That is awesome. As past participants, I'll start with you, Harizi. Do you have any memories that really stand out to you as like some of your favorite experiences from participating in the Global Game Jam?
Yeah, actually, I remember that my first global game jam, I was like too shy to participate with the people who I don't know. So they made me present myself, but I wasn't like I was shocked. Like I didn't actually pronounce my name. So people there told me that we are all like a brother and sister. We are all friends. Like everybody like know each other. After that, I find myself now talking with too many peoples and sharing my experience. I did not to be afraid again like 2018. So yeah, so this is the funny thing in my global game jam. Every day I remember myself like tell me that what is your name? Like I look at you like I said what? Now I like presenting myself well, participating in too many jams, and have a lot of experience to share with actually in the global game jam next. So there is too many kids like I share with them my experience, my knowledge, and they make fun now. So yeah, that's it. So this is my most important thing in global game jam.
That's
That
something
is
that's something
awesome.
cool.
Okay.
I've heard that from people around as well, that like, I'm a really good, 3D animator, or I'm great at rigging or great at this, but like I don't really know how to like, work with a squad or a team. And then after one go, you're like, all right, I'm the man. I can sort of do it. It sounds like you kind of had that experience at Easy.
Yeah. So, like it's too fun
Okay.
to be in global game jam. It's not like for create. It's like for living the experience. It's not like for who wins
Well
in the
said.
final day. It's about the experience that you're gonna live, and which we're gonna put you in like discovering how to make games, because we are was like a consumer. Everyone is in DG Art Living Lab was
Yeah.
a consumer. Now they all produce games and produce their own startups, etc. So we want to make like Bassam said, the impact for our community in Tunisia, to make them from a simple consumer who spend like hours and hours with games like I don't know, like Fortnite or Free Fire, etc. So we made them like now like a producer. See the kids, it's not like in our age, like kids who consume too lot of games. Now they began like begin like they be producers for games. So yeah, so this is our main objective, to discover people, make them live experience, and etc.
That is truly incredible. And if you are at home and you're listening to Basim and Harizi's story and you're thinking to yourself, hey, I want to get in on that. I want to learn how to introduce myself and work on a team and work on a cool game. Make sure to check out globalgamejam.org to sign up and look for a local jam. And you can also follow them on Twitter as well at Global Game Jam. But that's enough talking from us here. We are only minutes away from the theme reveal, which I know y'all are waiting for. So, Bassem and Harizi, thank you so much for your time. We will be
Thank you
back
so much.
soon
Thank
with
you so much.
more after the break.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Global Game Jam, I'm Will Goldstone from Unity, and I've been with Unity for a long time. Since 2011. That's maybe too long. Anyway, many things have changed in the games industry since then, but one thing that doesn't change, that's really cool, that I love, is that every year there's even more games to play made by many creators just like yourselves. At Unity we believe the world is a better place with more creators in it, and the Global Game Jam offers creativity in its purest form. It's a time and a place where people can come together and make something real. New creators can learn to make their very first game, and experienced folks like many of you can learn a new skill or simply try out an idea that you haven't had time for before. If you choose Unity for your project, aside from our incredible community of people there to back you up, there's also our Discord server, where we have a dedicated channel full of resources to help you along with Global Game Jam. So enough waffle from me, go and make something that you love, because that's all that really matters.
Hi, I'm Kate Edwards. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Game Jam. And whether you're new to the Global Game Jam or you're a veteran of the event, I would like to welcome you aboard to Global Game Jam 2022. You know, it's been another year of ups and downs and starts and stops, but our collective passion for games and game creation has persisted because here we are once again ready to take part in the world's largest game creation event. And so, you know, every event has faced challenges during the pandemic. The Global Game Jam is certainly not alone in that. Like many other events, we've had to learn how to pivot and keep evolving and how we organize and how we deliver the event. But, you know, I'm frankly just super excited that we're here and that we're still able to do this in whatever format you happen to be in. You know, the Global Game Jam's mission is to empower individuals worldwide to learn, experiment, and create together through the medium of games. And to that end, I would love to thank and appreciate all of our sponsors who generously support this mission. And obviously a huge thank you to our amazing volunteers whose talent makes Global Game Jam possible. The executive committee, the regional organizers, the site organizers, the streamers, everybody who lends a hand to help out, no matter if you're in a live site, a virtual site, a hybrid site, any of you who have volunteered any time whatsoever, thank you so much, because truly this wouldn't happen without you. And I think what's great about it is it represents the biggest power of Global Game Jam, which is about you, the community. So we are so glad that you're joining us. Whether you're at a live site or virtual or hybrid, whatever the format you're doing this year, thank you so much for choosing to be a part of this community, and thank you for supporting each other as we all hope for better times in 2023 and beyond. So I ask you to stay vigilant, stay safe. We hope you have a fantastic Global Game Jam, and we cannot wait to see the amazing games you're going to create this year. Thank you.
Hello, brave game jammer. I'm Tanya X Short, the captain of Kitfox Games. And I love jams because we can make whatever we want, right? We don't have to do market research. I don't have to pitch anybody, well, other than my collaborators. I don't have to have a budget. It's just me and these people I love working with, and we make whatever is exciting to us. You get into the flow of creative collaboration, and that's probably the best feeling when it works. So here it goes. My advice, solid advice, my tricks to winning the game jam in your heart. One, know what your goal is. Are you learning something new? Are you innovating? Are you making something really polished? Decide very explicitly before you start what kind of thing you want to do, like why you're doing this. And talk about it with your team if you have one. You know, sometimes I see myself as a brave warrior or a cutting edge scientist or an insightful artist. And really you're all of those things when you're game jamming, because you're doing something really brave. You're making something new and you're putting yourself out there, and you're doing it semi-publicly if you're with Global Game Jam. So good job on that. I highly, highly recommend that you follow the patented Tanya X Short Game Jam timeline. That I've used for many, many years, and it's very, very helpful, which helps with scope without doing too much, you know, project management details. On day one, you and your team solidify what are you making, and you get the project and the version control all set up, and then, you know, if you can, the stretch goal for the first day is to get that first little interaction working. Day two, you make the game playable from start to finish in a basic way. On day three, it's much easier to just have polish and bug fixing and maybe adding a little more content here and there, start menu, credits, sound effects, particle effects, you know, that sort of thing. Oh, one more thing. I do find that I do my best work when I've slept well and I've eaten well. But I'm not going to judge you if you decide not to. I mean, each person has their own preferred workflow. Just please make sure you're not a jerk to your teammates or your loved ones, your family. As a result, you know, if you're taking it out on them is not cool. So, and keep in mind, if you overwork, you might feel resentful that other people don't overwork. So maybe it's just easiest to like take it easy, get a lot of sleep, do your best work, but you know, you're going to do what you do. The important thing is that I believe in you. I really do. I don't know you probably, but I'm always inspired seeing what people make for every game jam, but especially Global Game Jam. I love that it's across the world, and I love that everybody has their own experiences and their own inspirations. I hope you're proud of what you make, and that this act of creation teaches you something new about yourself. Look inside yourself and ask what you have to say. It's a new year, for better or worse, and it's a new jam, and we have a new opportunity to be joyful. So good luck.
Hi, I'm Chase Bethia. I'm a professional freelance composer, technical audio designer for video games, and it's an honor to welcome you to the 2022 Global Game Jam. You may not realize it right now, but the jam you're about to take part in is about to change your life in some kind of good way, even if you're a returning jammer. You don't have time to build the perfect game, but you do have time to experiment and test a lot. The game will tell you what it likes and what it doesn't. It has a pulse, a flow, a feel, rhythm. Game jams is not about crunch. It's about learning your limits. Yes, you have a brief amount of time to make something, but you only put the pressure you have upon yourself. You should be entering the jam with the goal of making a fun experience with friends in hopes other friends will enjoy. It's okay to be competitive, but there is a line. This isn't the time to learn about how to burn out, but to practice pacing, strengthen communication and critical listening skills, and quality assurance with assets for context. This is where you learn so many things. If you're thinking about making game development a career, you can take this opportunity to see what goes into making one. At the end of the jam, you'll be able to assess if you wish to pursue it or have it be a hobby. Game jams should be perceived to build the best starting point. Create to play. And if you get more done or even finish the game your team set out to make, then that's icing on the cake. Game jams make opportunities. Over the years, we've seen so many successful game titles that were born from Global Game Jam, such as Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, and How to Do It, and more. Some games have spawned successful gaming studios. Those studios have created jobs for people that want to get their start in the gaming industry, earn a living, build a career, and do what they love to do, make games. I owe most of my career to game jams. If it wasn't for these, I would have struggled a lot more to get a portfolio started and even get work in the industry. I still game jam to this day because it's the best way to tap into my childhood creativity. Remember, to keep the fun alive, keep your mind open and ideas will flow naturally. Lose yourself in the jam. Be kind, stay hydrated and rested. Make stuff. Doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to get started. And once it does, it'll have a pulse, a rhythm, and a flow. And off you go. Have a great jam session.
Hi everyone, my name is Elaine Gomez. I am a game designer at Brass Lion Entertainment, which is a studio focused on creating worlds that center on Black, Brown, and other marginalized characters, cultures, and stories. I'm also proud to be one of the 6 co-founders of Latinx in Gaming and give developer-related support to the organization's many activations. I really wanted to share my short message with you all without reading my notes, but I don't want to screw it up, so please pardon me as I read along. I've had the privilege to be able to build my career around things that I stand up for and I'm passionate about. I'm so honored to have a few minutes to share a short message with you, and I want to thank Tim Collins and the Global Game Jam team for giving me this opportunity. I thought quite long and hard about what to share. There are so many things to touch on, like not overscoping, not forgetting to eat and staying hydrated, stepping away from the computer and getting moving, or not burning yourself out and taking care of your mental health. But instead of telling you things you shouldn't do, I wanted to focus on something I think you should do, and that is to grow. Challenging yourself in a way to make this Global Game Jam an experience to look back on and to be proud of something that you were able to accomplish that you normally wouldn't be able to do. Growing can take many forms, and it is especially does not mean perfection. If you take on something that you've always wanted to learn or wanted to do, and it's your first time doing it, cut yourself some slack. Give yourself some grace. There's room for failure because failing is not a bad thing. Your art may not be beautiful, your scripting may not be clean, your designs may not be super polished, but it's functional, and that is something to be excited about. This is one of the things that I love about designing in game jams. You have limitations, and finding ways to use them to your advantage can really make for interesting problem solving. And growing doesn't just apply to development, it also applies to social skills. It can be uncomfortable to work with people you don't know, and working on a team with several people when you're used to working on your own. Find something that works for you and that is best for you, but use the internet to your advantage to make communication easier. I encourage y'all to create something you've never made before, something out of your comfort zone. If it's a new genre, a type of mechanic that you normally wouldn't, type of story that you have not been able to tell, go for it. Maybe you'll be surprised to find something new to enjoy about making games. What I'm saying may sound like cliche, happy-go-lucky message, but the reality is that growing is difficult. It's not comfortable. You will get frustrated, and sometimes the thing that you're trying to make is just not going to work for the time that you have. If you catch yourself spending too much time on something, take a step back, regroup, and find an alternative that will work for you and your team. Good luck, have fun, and enjoy this year's Global Game Jam. Bye!
Duality. We have our
Duality.
theme for our Global Game Jam 2022. Welcome back to the desk. Scott and Simply Gabby here, hanging out with two of the brightest minds. We've got Ville and Giannis here. And we are gonna jump right in. Ville, I noticed that you are a part of the theme coordination committee. So we have our theme. It's Duality. Why don't you give us a subtitle or tell us what you expect out of that, so to speak?
I was a part of the theme committee led by Laura, and I think we could have made a good job. I really like this theme, and it's universal. It's pretty simple, but yet so complex. So I'm really thrilled to see what people are going to make with this theme.
I think it's a nice sort of like starting point. There's a lot of room to grow. I think, you know, we got a lot of really good advice from a lot of different people there, but that last sort of like graphical segment where it showed us like, you know, life and death, beginning and end, like stormy and clear, that really like started speaking to me. And I immediately, like, you know, I'm not participating or anything, but I immediately started my cogwheels kind of going as to where I would go, and other examples of games like that. So Giannis, I mean, I guess, you know, first question is,
Yeah.
will you guys be jamming? And if not, like, where would your, you know, what's your thought process with respects to Duality go?
Yeah, so I really like the theme. I think that it definitely can cover a lot of genres. And for me, I will try to jam. I've been site organizer for 3 years now, and this time I'm a regional organizer. So I hope that during the game jam itself, I will have some time to actually do something like more productive than maybe last year, the year before. And yeah, it's a super awesome theme, and I hope that people make games with tough choices. You know, like make something more interesting than just black and white, but you know, make something tough, like something that you have to think about, that maybe a kind of a choice that you don't want to make, but you have to make it. So I hope that we can see those types of games more. So I'm super happy for this team.
Gabby, where's your head at? I think we saw a lot of, you know, I skipped towards the end, but as I mentioned, we saw a lot of really like good advice. Some people saying like, you know, keep your wits about you and like eat food. It's funny how often that comes up, like how often that comes up, and then other more like tangible stuff. So like, what was your biggest takeaway from the reveal?
Honestly, like the importance of taking care of yourself, I really love that. I think that especially when you're in an environment like a game jam, it is so easy to get caught up in the excitement, get caught up in what you're building, you know, try to make it perfect, you know, every single pixel perfect. But the fact that there was so much emphasis on, you know, it's okay if it's not 100%. It's okay if you go out and like eat food and take a walk and like take care of yourself as a human being while you're jamming. That was the biggest takeaway I had, and I love that. I mean, and I cannot wait to see just what kind of blooms in the space that people give themselves to take those breaks and like take care of themselves, because I feel like that really just opens up the doors to creativity, you know?
Absolutely. You know, and I think really what's fun about looking at the past years and even speaking to people this year, our friends Hadizi out of Tunisia, was the idea that like it's a holistic experience. You're not just going to come and like learn how to script better or you're going to learn how to like interact with other people, which I think is a large deal. I've worked with like, you know, 3 people to make a fun little iPad game, and then I've worked at a largely, you know, high res studio, so it's a major studio, and I've got a chance to like see both side of elements and like collaboration with people. I also have a music background. That's how the sausage is made, so to speak. Like you need to bring different skill sets together, Vile. And I want to go to you and kind of talk about like the types of growth that you've seen people come in, because I think that's one of the biggest takeaways for me. It's really wholesome looking at people go like, well, I'm good at this, but then like you see them a year after a game jam, they're like, I've expanded, I've explored and met other people. I think that's a really cool aspect of what we do here.
Yeah, as you said, I think the what best thing which you can do in game jams in general, and especially game jams, from your from your safe space, and do something different, what you haven't done before. There's room to do something really bad or really good. You don't have to make any results, or you don't have any pressure to succeed.
Yeah,
Of
one of the
course,
first things
you must.
one of the first things we heard was you know, I unfortunately I forget her name, but she brought up a big point about like, we just come and make games. There's no market research, there's no demographics, there's no worried about KPIs or hitting specific things. Like I've put together awesome stuff, and at the end of the 60 days it didn't really float well, and well, oh well, you abandoned ship. That's not what we do here this weekend. You
Yeah.
make something that speaks to you, that runs with your expression. And so, Gabby, you've been in the game space for a long time. We got some examples of some games that kind of came out of previous game jams. I think the biggest one for me is always Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. When we look at the game jam here and see, duality and everything, what are some of the things that you hope to see come out of this year's GGJ?
I'm honestly gonna steal Giannis's answer because I love those games that like really make you question your morals and question whether or not you're making a right decision. I mean, anything where your actions have consequences that actually play out as a part of the story is something that I absolutely love. So I would love to see that kind of duality, like, yes, you can choose to feed the dog or you can choose to let the dog go or make those people really sweat those
Feed the
big
dog.
decisions. That would be well, okay, pet the dog first, but then, maybe just forget I said dog. That was a bad example. But Giannis, the fact that you were already thinking about those like tough decisions, I gotta ask, was there anything that came to mind that was maybe a little bit more of a moral dilemma than deciding to pet a dog?
Yeah, so when was the last GDC happening on site? I had like a global game jam scholarship, so I went there, and I actually had a workshop in dilemma. I unfortunately don't remember the person running that workshop, but I remember the lesson, and there basically we had finite amount of dice, and we had to basically do these relationships. And like some relationships cost you more dice, some cost you less. And for example, if you decide do not spend the dice on the relationship, you will turn like you have to choose which one of the persons in that relationship stays alone, and then you flip the card, and then you reveal the sad truth, like when they stay alone. For example, one person is left with 10 cats and dies alone, and the cats eat them. It's a dark example, I know. but yeah, I mean, it gets to you, like it's a very sad story, and maybe I should have spent those dice on these two guys, but then again, you don't know if those two guys like would be happy together also. So there's this dilemma, and I've been thinking about it from time to time, and I would really like to make this thing digitized, basically this experience that I had a few years ago in a workshop about dilemma. And that's why I really love this theme. It's basically, hey, do it. So that's the idea I have.
Yeah, the finite dice situation, I think, is also a good allegory for what we do here at the Global Game Jam. Twofold: one, you brought up the duality aspect of it to tie into the theme, but also very realistically, you heard a lot of the people talking about in our intro video. Sometimes you have to make some concessions. All of us are game designers here. One of the cool things that you discover as you design games is that constraints can actually boost creativity.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of times you think like, if I have all the tools, I can do all the things. But if all of a sudden you start putting up rules, hey, you can't use this paintbrush, you can't use this script. Now you have to find a clever way to get around it. You might not have even wound up with that game if you had limitless dice, because you only had a couple. And so because of that, you find different ways. One of the cool things, we have our theme duality, but there are also a number of diversifiers, which I compared them to affixes in Diablo or whatnot, where you can just try something a little bit different to your idea and get recognized in that regard. And all of the different diversifiers and stuff, the limitations, I think, really bring us, again, 48 hours, that's a limitation, a lot of creativity in that regard. Vile, what are some of the interesting things that have come out as a result of those constraints, those time constraints here at Global Game Jams in the past?
I really agree with you that when you said that constraints feature creativity, I agree, because people get so, how do you say that? Sorry, I lost the word. But people gonna figure out how to solve that situation, even though you can't use all the tools which are usually available. And Global Game Jam is best place to feed your creativity with your team, of course.
That's super fun. Is the creativity out of the Global Game Jam? A lot of the games that we've seen are weird, and I say that with love. I'm a little weird, so I'll take that. But I think that's what's fun. Gabby, you've existed in the game space and have seen some of the weird stuff. I think that's really when we talk about creativity, that's where my mind goes. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of creativity goes into all of our AAAs and our narratives and all that, but when I see a unique puzzle game or something really out there, I'm like, that's speaking to me. But I like weird experimental music, so maybe that's just me.
I don't think so though. I mean, if you think about some of the games that have been really popular over the last few years, maybe something about being bread or a fish or an octopus dad or a goose or there's all these really creative ideas out there, and especially when you're already limited to such a small amount of time, I think it's perfectly okay to just kind of run with them and see where you end up. And, if at the end of 48 hours you have something that you're proud of, you can go ahead and show it off, have your friends play it. If you end up with something that's even too weird for your own taste, then it's okay. You still learned something in that time. You learned not to let it get that weird next time. So there's definitely value in experimentation, especially when there are constraints like this. And I am so excited to see what people come up with again within the 28 hours, especially when the theme of duality already is such a really invoking, I would say, image.
Yeah, you've got a lot of different directions to go with duality. Maybe you make a black and white game. Maybe you make braid. I think there's a lot of different avenues to kind of walk into for sure. So I'm absolutely really, really excited to jump into it. Ville and Giannis, thank you guys not only for your time, but for setting the bed here. I mean, Global Game Jam is an awesome thing. So thank you again for rocking it. Ville and Giannis working closely with the Global Game Jam. We're going to take a brief break. I'll be right back talking to some more jammers after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 Global Game Jam theme reveal. I am Simply Gabby Snyder, joined here by Tom F. Badinger and a couple of amazing jammers coming in all the way from the UK, which may or may not be underwater right now. Richard Hebblewhite and Adam Boyne. Richard, how's it doing? How is it under the sea?
It's very, very cozy, actually. It's very cozy.
So
COVID safe. It's perfect.
I guess that is the definition of a bubble. But coming in from the aquarium, is that what you're looking for inspiration to build over the Game Jam weekend with the theme of duality, or are you thinking you're going to do something maybe a little bit more above water?
Probably something that does not involve water, especially near the computational equipment and so forth. Yeah, so something a little bit different, and I haven't quite decided yet. I need to let it settle a little bit and think. And in addition to that, I'm also the regional organizer for the UK and Ireland, so I'm also keeping tabs on the 70 or so sites we have all around UK and Ireland as well. So I'm looking forward to keeping an eye on that. Some of our guys will be starting early as well, so much to do over the next sort of week or so.
I can imagine. Adam, are you looking forward to the Global Game Jam coming up next weekend?
Oh, absolutely. I've been taking part now. This would be year 9, I think, of doing Global Game Jam. This year, second or third of hosting and taking part. So yeah, super excited to just put everything aside for one weekend, really focusing on making something really cool and interesting, and meeting some new people digitally, and just being able to create a great game, really.
Yeah, and I can imagine having participated for, you said over 9 years. That's a long time. Do you have any advice for anybody coming in as a first-time jammer that you'd like to pass along?
Yeah, a big thing for me with game jams in general, and especially Global Game Jam, because such a sort of a good chunk of time, is to really focus on what you want to take away from the jam. You want to make a game, and that's great, but if all you want to take away is that you've completed a game, then you can finish a game in a few hours. Really focus on, is there something that you want to learn? Is there something that you want to be able to do, or something that after you can say, hey, I can I could do networking, or I'm better at JavaScript, or whatever it might be, and really and find something that you want to take away from it. And then every time you do that, you're building up your skills and portfolio, and that's a really good way to think about taking part in Global Game Jam.
That's a big point there,
Yeah.
Adam, is that I'm sorry, Gary, is how a lot of times we get wrapped up in our professional projects and such, and it's hard to go take a weekend off and hang out and learn a new skill. I'm a visual scripter, right? I don't know how to code, and it's awesome, and I do my job, and that's sick. But if I got a chance to go to a game jam, I might approach from a different angle and be like, all right, listen, I know I'm a big idea guy, but I know music, and I'm going to do that in the corner, and I'm going to look over your shoulder as you JavaScript. I'm going to look over your shoulder as you work in Unreal or on Code or on Core or something like that. That is something that I think people, Richard, can really take and run with, the opportunity to use this as a learning symposium almost, and just try to take advantage.
Yeah, I think that's hugely important. I see Global Game Jam, especially Global Game Jam, as kind of like guerrilla game development, where everyone's kind of there. You just, scope is king. You have to get the right idea, run with it, do some rapid prototyping, get rid of anything that you think's not going to work because you only have 48 hours. And for me, I think it teaches you about how to start a project, work on something, and get it finished, and get that entire turnaround in a short space of time, which actually a lot of people don't get much experience of. They start things and very rarely finish, and that's the great thing about jams, is they get you to that finishing line really quickly. So everything that Adam said was really good. For me, it's take that on board, but it's also get it finished and get the idea right. Scope is king. Focus on the right things.
Now, you mentioned earlier, Richard, that there are over 70 different groups meeting virtually, in person, throughout the UK for this year's Global Game Jam.
Yeah, that's right. We have around about 70 sites. There's actually still one or two who I'm awaiting to process so we can get them on board. The good news is about a good majority of our sites are aiming to do face-to-face this year. My own site that I run alongside is going to be face-to-face this year, which I'm desperately looking forward to. It's the one time of year, right, where I get to eat junk food and eat biscuits and work on stuff and sit with people and be creative, and that's part of the experience of the jam, right? So I think a lot of people have said to me that I've been interviewing as part of their applications that they're just desperate to kind of get back together into their groups, and yeah, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I can imagine. And especially with everybody having such unique experiences over the past couple of years, given the state of everything, I imagine that there's going to be some interesting creative fuel to that duality theme, since it really does feel like sometimes that, you have that like virtual life and then you have an in-person life, and, those things can sort of contrast in that matter. But to jump back over to Adam, I gotta ask you, how are you feeling about the theme? Because I don't think you've really talked about that yet. Are you excited? Are you ready for it? You got ideas going?
It lines up with some of my favorite ever Global Game Jam themes. It's big, it's open, there's lots of places you can take it. I mean, yourself there, I hadn't even thought of that as an interesting idea, the duality of an individual. There's different, jumping between different worlds. There's the idea of the number two. There's so many places to explore. I'm going to be sort of trying to stay away from thinking about it too much until the final weekend, but I'm looking forward to sort of sitting down with the team and really sort of pulling it apart and seeing what we can come up with.
One of my favorite things about
Yeah.
games is how like multi-dimensional, you can approach. You can tell a story by throwing a cutscene, and not letting players hit spacebar, or you can tell a story, environmental storytelling, or we've even seen some games, like It Takes Two, or I mean even Katamari Damacy, where the story is told via the actual like game controls. And duality can mean like, yeah, maybe it's a black and white world, hopping between worlds, or maybe you need a controller and a keyboard to complete the level, right? Like there's a lot of different directions, and I think that's really, really fun. I'm gonna cheat and ask Richard, the question that Gabby asked Adam, and just be like, yeah, so if you were jamming, like where would your brain be here for duality?
My brain would be confused, I think. But yeah, I think there are so many different things. We get guys who are regulars, and some people come, regardless of the theme, they come with the idea, you know what, I'm going to make my game the hardest game ever, every year, and they specialize in just making it ridiculously hard. And there are others that really get involved in the accessibility diversifiers. We actually do a lot of work with different charities to do with accessibility and gaming for disabled people and so forth. So that's something quite important to us. So we always encourage guys to get involved with those kind of diversifiers and others, because I think it just makes it more fun. So I like to kind of take the idea and then see what we can do with it in a kind of unique and interesting way, play around with it, whether it's rules or some quirk of game design or new hardware, something like that. So.
That's pretty nice. And it sounds like y'all are going to be making some really interesting stone soup in a couple of weeks. So best of luck with that. And thank you so much for talking to us. We do have a special sponsor that I'd like to shout out as we're wrapping up this segment. Houdini Indie. Houdini Indie's procedural node-based workflow offers a smarter way to create high-quality game art. Houdini technology is used by AAA studios to take their games to the next level, and now this procedural power is available for free to teams participating in the 2022 Global Game Jam. As a game jammer, you are faced with the challenge of building visually rich content with limited time and resources, but Houdini Indie's procedural workflow can help you keep up as you automate repetitive tasks, which as a programmer, I just got to say, automation's where it's at. No matter how lazy you are, you can be lazier with it. It's great. Making it easier to quickly generate larger amounts of quality content. SideFX is pleased to sponsor Global Game Jam again and is making free 2-month Houdini Indie licenses available to help jammers to get to the finish line faster. This Houdini Indie for Global Game Jam license offer will expire at 5 p.m. U.S. Pacific time on Sunday, January 30th, 2022. Just in case you are somewhere else in the world, it is currently around 1:15 Pacific time, so you can sort of do the math and figure out how much time you got. But if you'd like to use Houdini Indie for Global Game Jam, be sure to follow the instructions before that time and request your license as soon as possible. So thank you so much, Houdini, Indy. Thank you so much to Richard and Adam. I'm really excited to see what's going to come out of your aquatic layer and your duality oriented mind. So thank you so much. Best of luck, and we'll be back with more talking with jammers about this year's Global Game Jam real soon.
Welcome back, folks. We are here at the Global Game Jam 2022. We have revealed our theme. It's duality. And I'm Tom. And that is Gabby. And up on top is Ms. Deborah Farley. Thank you so much for joining us, Deborah. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you all.
Excellent. So we've got a chance to talk to a whole bunch of different people. Some people involved in the theme process, some people involved in supervising various different regions, some jammers just making games. I guess my question to you is, as formally as possible, where do you fit into the Global Game Jam puzzle?
Okay, so we are delighted to be involved with Global Game Jam for the first time ever, really. We've heard so much wonderful stuff about the Global Game Jam, and our program has had people who've participated on it with bring some of their offerings, and so we thought this would be a fabulous opportunity for us to get involved with the Global Game Jam and be a diversifier sponsor. So we have one of the diversifiers this year for our UK-based teams, and so we're really excited to see the games that the teams make and what comes out of that. So yeah, that's why we are here, and I'm here this evening in Scotland.
Nice.
Excellent.
Well,
Love
can
to
you
hear
tell
it.
us more? Yeah, can you tell us more about your diversifier? What's the goal? What do people got to do to get the
Sure.
points?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So our I work with the UK Games Talent and Finance is the name of the program and organization that I work with, and we are a not-for-profit organization, and we support UK early stage games companies in the development of their games and their IP through grant funding. And so we want to see through our diversifier teams really celebrate the best from Britain. So whether you're looking at something that's taking on perhaps a AAA indie game that's come from the UK, or whether it's an indie title or some kind of a core game mechanic, or maybe it's a British soundtrack that we're looking for those who are taking part to look for what they think is their best. So we're not necessarily looking for what the multitudes may think, but it's what does your team really value about the UK games industry and all the wonderful games that come out of it. So yeah, so we're super excited to celebrate the real heritage of games that have come from the UK.
That's a lot of fun. There's a lot of different areas, like you said, whether you're, emulating a AAA title or something small, the number of studios. I know there's a nice little game dev enclave in Brighton, that works out of there, and a number of different studios working there. So, I guess my question to you is, maybe it's a little bit of a cheat, maybe it's not, but, what are some examples? Like, where would you go to really, show influence from a UK studio or game or such?
Oh yeah, so I mean, I think there's just such a kind of a wide kind of variety that you could go for. I mean, we're based in the organization is based in Dundee, so right away that it's you can think of GTA or Lemmings or those big name games that came out of it. I think as well because we deal a lot with our company is based with a lot of indies, and we have some fantastic indie developers who have received grant funding from us, and they're creating such a wonderful and just creative and different games as well, and really spearheading the UK games industry as well. I'd definitely be going for some of the indie devs that come out of it as well. I work with graduate teams. So we've got a number of I've been working with them and involved with the project for the last kind of 7 years. So there's a number of those teams who are making games just now as well. So there's just such a wide variety of stuff that you could really choose from, and I think that's the wonderful thing about it, that you can just really go and riff off some of those games that are there. I'd also recommend go check out maybe our website and see some of the stuff that's there in terms of games that we funded in the past as well, which might be a fab idea to get some ideas in terms of stuff to take off from there. So yeah.
You brought up something real big that I think the Zoomers out there, the young guns, might not realize in the GTA history and the Lemmings history.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really really cool chapter of game dev history. When we think Grand Theft Auto these days, we think a lot of US based studios and such. But Grand Theft Auto started in the UK, and that team went
it
on to
did.
make Lemmings, and that was, I mean, for me, like, I think Lemmings was when I first really, like, playing games and hitting the beep beep. But Lemmings was like you got to see creativity in front of you and then use your own creativity. And so I think that's such a good example, Lemmings specifically. So again, I think it's really cool that Transfuse is doing that.
It's just just really kind of just creating genres of games that have been built on year on year on year, and over the course of the industry as well, which is awesome. And I think that's what one of the reasons we've spoken about in terms of why participate on a game jam, and why take part in these things. And these massive games came from actually small individual groups of people coming together and saying, okay, let's try this, let's work this out. What about this piece of tech? Can we do this? Because back in the day they didn't have all the fab software that we have to quickly go and kind of make some graphics or do some some game design or whatever else. It was like really kind of really in the basics, and they just really pushed the limits. They pushed the boundaries to see what can we do, and it's taking part in these kinds of environments and and putting yourself in that position where you want to take that risk of trying something new, and seeing what it comes, what emerges, and how we can really engage gamers to have and our communities to have fun as well, and enjoy the games that we play, and what comes out of them as well. So that's one of the reasons why these game jams are fab, because people get the opportunity to just try and experiment and to take the risk and to take the choice and to go down a certain route, and let's see what comes and emerges. So
Yeah, I gotta ask, given that this year's theme is duality, I'm curious, what does duality mean to you? Like, what comes to mind? Is there anything particular about Scotland, maybe, that sparks duality, in your opinion?
Oh gosh. You put me on the spot.
I
What would I
apologize.
do? I've been sitting there thinking about it. I've been watching the stream going, and I'm like, duality, man. I think we're gonna have to really go and think away about what would I do here. How would what would I pull out here? So yeah. Oh gosh. I think, bar from the obvious stuff that's kind of already been said, I'm coming up with nothing.
Got some time to think about it, thankfully. But
Yeah.
it is really cool that through the diversifier that you all are funding, you're prompting people to take a look at the culture of games from the UK and from that area, and sort of bring it back to the global stage. That is really exciting.
We're just kind of sitting thinking, I'm sure kind of a little bit like, the kind of focus are sitting thinking about what can we do here? And we just felt, it'd be great to just celebrate, it's our first time being involved with it. It is it's a UK only diversifier. So we thought let's take that and see how we can run with that, and run with the UK theme as well. The program is open, certainly with Transfuser, is open to kind of UK graduates as well. So really, we're just about to start to open applications for it as well. So keep an eye on what's there, and use this opportunity for those, if you're interested in taking part, use the time that you have on the Global Game Jam to start jamming your ideas of something that you could do in terms of potentially an idea that you could run with during the program, and developing some of your IP in terms of a game that you could potentially use for that as well. So yeah, we're really open to see what comes out of that, and hopefully it will really inspire teams to think, oh, actually I could use this opportunity to create something that I could then we can then build on it, and develop it so it's a piece of IP that we can take on going forward. So yeah.
I have a lot of friends in the UK, and I hear duality, and I immediately think north and south of England. I'm immediately thinking my experience in New York City is very similar to my experience in Manchester, a little bit more low to the ground, rough and tumble. The north or London a little bit different. So that might be where
definitely.
my mind went.
Yeah, you could. I was thinking you could do the Scottish English thing, but yeah, that gets a bit tiresome. So I think we'll just, let's not do that. Let's all just create something nice together.
Exactly. Leave that on the football pitch, right? That's
Yeah,
where it's fun.
exactly. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh man, that was absolutely
Yeah.
that is the true duality of the human experience. By the way, is the sports fan. How polite you are at your job versus how polite you are at the pub is a much different story. Anyway,
Yeah.
Deborah Farley, thank you so much coming out from Transfuser, representing the best in Britain, dropping down the diversifier for our friends over out there in the UK. And then, of course, I want to thank, in addition to Deborah and Gabby, all of our sponsors. First off, our headline sponsor, Microsoft, Unity, Big Bang, Endless, Discord, Facebook Gaming, Unreal Engine, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Core Games, Virtuos, Twilo Quest, UK Games, Talent and Finance, the Culture Antiquities Task Force of the United States State Department, Houdini, Challenge, DDM, and Richcast. Again, thank you for everybody just putting up together the resources so we could hang out and just jam. We're going to be right back with some more jammers after this. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back. This is the Global Game Jam 2022 theme reveal video, our stream. My name is Simply Gabby Snyder, joined here still by Tom F. Badinger, but this time we're joined by a couple of jammers coming in all the way from France. Hello to Alexi and Nikki. Are you all excited? Let's start with you, Nikki, about this year's theme reveal of Duality.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually from Sweden. But yeah, I'm as excited as France to be here.
And Alexi, how about you? Are you excited to get this game jam underway?
Yeah, of course. We're organizing a site in the western France, and yeah, there are many sites, but cool to represent one.
Is this your first time, Alexi, acting as a site organizer for Global Game Jam?
No, it's been a few years since I'm organizing the site. I first participated in as a jammer like 10 years ago, and then I was like, yeah, why not helping site organizer.
That's awesome. And Nikki, how about you? What's the game jam scene look like over in Sweden?
I would say that there are a couple of them, especially in the bigger cities. I'm the site organizer for Karlstad, which is actually a smaller city. This is my second jam. My first jam was in Gothenburg, and it was my first jam ever. And it actually changed the course of my career, you would say. Like, I was studying psychology at that moment, and joining a jam made me more like considering the game industry as a career. And right now I'm working as a community manager for an accelerator here in Karlstad. So that's cool.
That is really cool. And I heard that you also brought something to possibly share with us.
Yeah. So it's just a short video of our community and what we do here at my job, which I started in October. So I'm quite fresh, but it's really fun. And, you know, I work with game dev people every day. That's awesome. And it's so awesome to be able to be a game or like a site organizer here now.
Cool. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at that video. I'm excited to see what you've brought to the table.
The Great Journey is a place where you come if you're interested in making games, and you find someone and then you make games. That's it.
The Great Journey is a community.
The community.
A community.
We've got people who's been here for many years, and we've had people like joining the last couple of weeks, and everybody's equally important because the people is what makes the gaming community.
The Great Journey is a forum where people can meet and to explore an ecosystem of game development, to find like-minded people and create games.
Hanging out at the Great Journey is always kind of an unexpected experience because there's no one scheduled to be there at any time, so you don't really know who you're gonna meet there, or you don't know what you're gonna learn. So there's a lot of creativity, and you can just be yourself.
This is a place where I can meet people that are exactly as nerdy as I am, and a place where I can sit and make games.
Doesn't matter who you are or what you come from, as long as you have a vision of creating something good with some people, you can do it.
It's opened its arms, it's welcomed me into its cult.
To make new connections, meaningful connections, develop my skills, and help other people develop their own skills.
This has given me the opportunity to
develop, but also to learn about others' focus on their specific area of interest.
Some people are making music, some people are writing stories.
Programmers, artists. It's a place where I can share my knowledge and get knowledge in return, and together we can grow to become the best game developers that we can.
And everybody wants to improve, and everyone is willing to help. I think that's what unites the Great Journey.
The core really is collaborating, meeting up with new people to create something new.
Just our thirst for knowledge and our passion for video games brings us all together.
If you're interested in learning or developing as a game creator, the Great Journey is always welcome for you to come by and have fun.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Nikki. You know, it sounds like the Great Journey is really a awesome community of game lovers and jammers just getting together year round to really make stuff that sparks their creativity. And I know, Tom, you've been talking so much today about that community aspect in game making. It's really special to see a place like that, you know?
Yeah, this is that's really sick, Nikki. And you know, I definitely I wish there were more places kind of like that around here. Immediately my mind went to like a hacker space almost, where like a lot of times in the like hardware and like the NetSec communities, you'll find like these just like, you know, hangout. We've all played Watch Dogs, you know, just like hangouts where like everybody kind of just like, yeah, I kind of grind and do this, and you sort of meet people. That I think is the coolest thing. We talk a lot about like networking, and it can be such a sterile, dirty, LinkedInified word. Like really just hanging out and being nerdy with people, like Bjorn said, is really the key there. So I think you guys have something cool there, Nikki. I'm very impressed. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm impressed as well. I'm happy to be able to join the team now. So it's super fun to like be a part of it, and I feel like the Global Game Jam has like a similar aura to it, like to create a space that feels safe and creative. So it's gonna be super fun to participate this year, like globally and also like in the community.
Good word
Yeah,
there, aura.
it is.
I think you're right there.
Yeah, it is a good word. And I want to ask you, Alexi, before we wrap up, what kind of aura does the French jammer community bring to the table? If you had to put your best guess at it.
There are plenty of auras, as there are plenty of sites, but ours is like more DIY thing. We bring together everyone into a site that is rehearsal slash concert slash bar place, and it's really interesting to see musicians coming in and out during the weekend, and having jammers at the same time. We really want to push their meetings, the meetings between the two communities, but unfortunately, due to COVID, this time we'll do it online. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, fingers crossed that it'll be better in the future. But it sounds like that both of your communities, Alexi and Nikki, have a really fantastic support network there for jammers. So I wish you two the best of luck with this year's Global Game Jam. And to all of y'all at home, thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned because we'll be back with even more fun conversations with jammers from around the world.
we had nothing in common overnight. It's very strange, but that happens.
Hey, what's good, Jammers? Welcome back, friends. I'm still left up. Gabby's still here as well, but we have two more friends as well. We have Marana Abalina and Alex Izvalov. They're representing Global Game Jam from Latvia and Ukraine, respectively. So thank you so much for joining us, straight up and down. Alex, let's start on your side. Why not? How are you? Hello, and welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be at the team reveal video and to be at the discussions of Global Game Jam on Twitch. In fact, we had half an hour before the team reveal video started, we had a stream with Ukrainian community. So I want to say hello, Добрий вечір, Україно. Great jamming. Thank you.
Excellent. And Madonna, excellent to have you here as well, representing
Yeah,
Latvia.
hello. Yeah, hello. It's almost midnight, so I'm excited and a little bit tired. So
I feel that for sure. Latvia, a very interesting part of the world where we don't necessarily see we don't always see all of the game dev stuff out there. So definitely going to have to ask you a couple of questions about what Latvian game dev scene looks like.
we have around 150 game devs in Latvia. Couple companies, couple huge companies like Estoti and Game Inside works here as well. And the main market in Latvian global Latvian game dev community is based on mobile games. But we still have board games such as brain games, and we have small indie companies. So
awesome. And I think there's some history there as well. I think we have a good video from you as well. Should we run it and learn a little bit here, or do you want to introduce it?
I want to say a couple words before. For myself, I am part of Latvian Game Developers Association. For especially for me, I am a housewife with a game dev husband, so he kind of pulled me into Global Game Jam, and my first Global Game Jam was in 2016. And I want to show you a little snippet of Latvian game dev history, and I hope you like it. So.
That was awesome. That was really cool. That was not only, you know, an excellent insight into what the global game jam looks like in Ukraine, but or excuse me, in Latvia,
Latvia.
but also I think what like people can come to expect. I think when you think global game jam and you're not really like 48 hours and you don't really know what's up, you just expect a whole bunch of like pixel games or something. And so Gabby, I think seeing the vast diversity of options there, everything from VR to FPS was really, really telling.
Yeah, I audibly gasped when there was that augmented reality demo with the deck of cards and everybody had their phones out and they were seeing like the holograms of the mushroom and everything. Like that is so cool. And it's really awesome to see that your community not only does, you know, the game design that one thinks of when they think of a global game jam, which can be more like a hackathon sometimes, but also, you know, board games, card games, you know, there's really no limit to what kind of game you can create, and that's really special.
Yeah, 1 year in I think 2020, we had one guy come up with some controller he found in house, unknown. He didn't even know what the controller does. So he decided to make a game out of it. So I was happy, excited to see what he came up with.
That's a lot of fun. You know, that's very global game jam. A lot of constraints, just trying to make it work. So yeah, I think it's really, really cool kind of looking at that world for sure. And shifting gears over to Alex, I was just in Kyiv. Very, very cool. So you
Oh,
know, yeah, I was just a month or two ago. I just spent some time there. So
I
awesome.
thought you were at a
Yeah.
conference at Games
No,
Gathering.
no, no. No, I wasn't there for the conference. I was there for some other stuff for sure, but I got a chance to kind of see the city and the people, and it's a very unique kind of culture and city. How do you think
Oh,
that's
thank you.
reflected in your in your game stuff? Ukraine is much more than just Stalker, right? Like
Yes, yes, I think it is because we have a very vibrant game dev community. Uh, People gather at the conferences, people do jams. For example, we personally will look at Global Game Jam not as a just once a year event. We think of it as a platform to help bring our community together and then to help develop it. So we involve partners, for example, Wargaming, AB Games, our conference partners who come with prizes. We know that there are no prizes at Global Game Jam, but we involve partners who provide prizes which help game development. For example, conference tickets. It's an ideal prize for those who want to continue to work as a team and then to develop their game and eventually to the release. And we run screenshot Saturdays in our Telegram chat. We run a session, Ask Me Anything for indie game developers, for successful indie game developers, and new buyers can ask them. So we tell everyone to join and not to be too shy to join the teams and to ask for advice. And we see that we get good results from it. For example, well, do I have time to tell one story?
yeah, give us a
Yes,
story,
because
Alex.
of that. So,
Absolutely.
at Global Game Jam 2018, the theme was transmission. And at that time, one team of 3 developers who just met at the location for the first time of their lives, they didn't see each other before, they decided to make a fun game about a KGB officer who listens to the radio transmit of imaginary countries, Sovok Entertainment, and who listens to radio transmissions of citizens and crosses the forbidden words. So we involved partners conferences who let them make a booth in Prague, then a booth in Tallinn, and they continued making the game. And eventually, by the end of the year, they got Best PC Game Award at the Kyiv Conference Game Gathering.
That's cool.
But they did not release it. But they stayed as a team, and next year, at next Global Game Jam, they made a brand new game about Lightkeeper. the theme was about home. About Light Tower Keeper. And then they released it to Steam and got overly positive reviews. So that's what we see as our mission, to help those teams.
I think it's a valuable mission. You know, we've said the word community so much, and that's really what I'm getting, not just from you, Manata, looking at the Latvian community, but you know, everything you're saying here, Alex. It's all about elevating each other, learning how to take the skill sets that we have and share them. Listen, you know, when we play MOBAs, the characters have 4 abilities, but on a team of 5, that's 20 abilities. You do the same thing as a game designer. You have your skill set. Your homies have their skill set, you come together, and all of a sudden you have a fully fleshed out game. And so it's really cool to see everything working out, you know, in your neck of the woods. Shout out to Eastern Europe and what they've been doing over there. And shout out to everybody across the world at the Global Game Jam, whether, you know, whatever continent you're on, whatever city you're from, being able to take part in this and do this type of thing is awesome. And we wouldn't be able to do it without our friends in the sponsor world. And one of our big sponsors here this year is Core Games. They're returning this year to the Global Game Jam. Core is a new PC gaming platform with games, worlds, and events developed by a global community of creators. It's a game construction kit, content exchange, and game playing service all in one. Why don't we take a closer look, diving deep into Core Games.
Hi, I'm Tasha from Manticore Games, and I'm here to show you everything you need to know about Core. Core is a brand new PC gaming platform where you'll find all sorts of free games to play and worlds to explore, designed by a community of creators from around the globe. It's a game construction kit and game playing destination all in one. Our mission is to empower anyone and everyone to be a game creator. If you've ever had an idea for a game, Core is the perfect place to turn that dream into a reality. Core is like having an entire game development studio in your hands. You get the power of the Unreal Engine in an easy-to-use interface, access to thousands of free, high-quality music, sound, and art assets, drag-and-drop game mechanics, and built-in 3D modeling tools. Core makes it easy to get started with creating games using built-in construction kits that come preloaded with game logic, UI, and no-fuss multiplayer for the most popular genres. You can remix and mod an existing game for your friends or create a masterpiece from scratch. No coding is required. With the help of our online tutorials, you can make your first game in 10 minutes. When you're ready, your game will be instantly hosted on the Core platform, where it can be discovered and played by gamers around the world. Core also offers creators options to help them find an audience and even make money from their games. To get started creating games, go to coregames.com, register, download and install Core, and start your journey into game development with our free Core Academy courses. Now let's check out some of the games from our amazing community of creators. There are hundreds of games to choose from, with new games published every day. From the Play tab, you can browse games by the most active and by popularity. Or you can view what games your friends are playing and join them instantly with one click. You can also search for your favorite game genres. Core has everything from action-adventure, survival and team-based shooters, to farming sims, marble racing, obstacle courses, and even toad-based capture the flag? One of my favorite games is Freeze Tag by Dreamweaver. Take your recess skills to the front lines. Freeze your enemies by turning them into ice cream, upgrade your weapon, and melt your frozen friends. First team to freeze all enemies wins. Another great one is Prop Hunt. Prop Hunt puts a new look on hide and seek, with hunters searching for players hiding as props. But in this post-apocalyptic game of deception, the props have a few tricks up their sleeve. No spoilers, but there are giant chickens involved. And of course, there's fan favorite Roll'em. Game creator Wave Paradigm pits marbles v marbles in this sphere-based racing sim. With a leaderboard tracking your best times and the inclusion of fan-created levels, there's now a very competitive speedrun community on Discord. Think you've got what it takes? And of course, you'll want to explore these games with a fully customized character. In Core, you'll have the option to purchase new characters, mounts, and emotes. Our system allows you to mix and match heads, tops, bottoms, and choose colors for endless outfit combinations. We will regularly release new characters, so you'll always have something fresh to flex. Core is also a social hub where you can hang out and make friends. Share a drink at a medieval tavern, swim in zero-G at an orbiting space station, or visit a virtual theme park. Then jump into a portal to instantly hop into a new game or adventure. Whether you're interested in playing unexpected takes on your favorite genres, exploring worlds with friends, or unleashing your own game ideas, Core is ready for you. It's free to play and free to create, so head to coregames.com, sign up, download, and get started today.
Core is once again sponsoring the Core Exercise Diversifier, which challenges Global Game Jam participants to construct their entry using the Core platform. As an added bonus, Core is offering a $10,000 prize pool for the best diversifier entries. You can find out more about how to enter, as well as find everything you need to get started over at Core's Global Game Jams 2022 website, ggj.coregames.com. We can't wait to see what jammers can create this year in Core. Now, as you may have guessed from that fantastic video, Global Game Jam cannot happen without the help of our beloved sponsors. And I, Simply Gabby Snyder, am here with my friend Tom and Robert Anderberg from Big Bang. Now, Robert, can you tell us about what exactly is Big Bang? Because I hadn't heard about them until we saw that little teaser video earlier on in the stream.
Really what happened with Big Bang this year in Global Game Jam is that in the week I saw there was some frustration that people had with another sponsor. And so I just tweeted like, hey, maybe we can replace them. And that kind of snowballed. And now I'm on a live stream. So, we haven't had a ton of time to prepare for this. And we were, maybe not 100% ready, but we're making a thing that's a game platform that runs in a web browser. It has everything you need to make games built in. So it's got a voxel object modeler, it's got a game editor, and you can code in TypeScript with the full Visual Studio Code editor. Because it's in a web browser, it works on everything. So it does Windows, Mac, Linux, Chrome OS. It also does Android and iOS. So the game editor runs on a phone or a tablet, so everybody can do it. And we kind of see it as a crossover between playing and creating. So, anytime you're playing, you can create. It's all built in one place. But yeah, that's basically it. The editor's multiplayer. So, our team is fully remote. We have people in Barcelona, the UK, Iceland, US, and we all kind of collaborate on games, very straightforwardly using it. So yeah, it is a bit early for us. It's a bit of a kind of surprise, but our alpha is live today. If people want to try it out for Global Game Jam, they can go to .bigbang.com. They can talk to us directly, the developers in the Discord, or they can also go to game.new. So yeah, that's about it.
That's really exciting. I mean, I personally am a mobile developer, so the fact that you figured out how to get all that working in a browser so you can access it from any platform is super, super cool. And I imagine it must also be a great opportunity as a member of Global Game Jam to maybe, eat your own dog food, so to speak, and try out your own code editor and your own game creator for this year's theme. of Duality. So have you had any good ideas yet? Anything you're itching to get started on?
Yeah, it's a really interesting theme. I've been thinking recently about kind of duality of perception. You know, I have autistic people in my family, and I've been thinking for a while about whether it's possible to make a game that would give people an idea of what it's like to experience the world through someone else's eyes, like maybe the same event, but viewed from two completely different perspectives, maybe neurodivergent and neurotypical. So yeah, maybe I'll try and do that. I don't know how that was going to work, but yeah.
I mean, that's where the good ideas come from, right? You know, I always say in my creative endeavors, throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, right? And you know, so I immediately like the direction you're coming from here. I think what you do with Dot Big Bang is really similar to the Global Game Jam kind of like all together, right? The Global Game Jam kind of brings us all together and does this in a small amount of time. But Dot Big Bang, you know, this platform that's kind of like the whole thing, right? Is just bringing different people together. Maybe I get on the platform because I really want to play, you know, I want to play a voxel like first person shooter game or something, and then all of a sudden I find myself playing a puzzle game, and now I'm making a narrative game. Is that the type of experience that you're hoping users kind of run with, or?
Yeah, so you think, you know, when you think about Minecraft, like how many people who play Minecraft are creators? And the answer is everybody who plays Minecraft is a creator. So what if, you know, you can kind of blend that with game development as well? We think a lot about the different skill levels of creator because, you know, I think people have built things that are easy to use but kind of limited, or really difficult to use and unlimited, but there's nothing that really kind of gives you a progression from beginning out and playing with something and remixing things all the way up to something where you can write code and you can make real games. So yeah, it's certainly a challenge, but you know, we think we kind of have all of those pieces coming together now. And like I say, it's a live alpha, so yeah, I think it's pretty good. But we're super happy to help people explore and figure it out, you know, in our Discord.
That is really awesome. So as someone who might be coming into game development, you know, maybe for the first time, like you said, you know, maybe not at that stage where they can write code or feel like they can write code, which is two different things, really. Do you have any advice for how to get started on Dot Big Bang in particular? Like any easy workflows that someone can just jump into and start creating right away?
Yeah, so if you sign up and you make a new game, we have a thing called Intro to Magic. So, you know, like code is magic or whatever. And then our community engineer Ashley, you know, built that game. There's a video on YouTube that kind of takes you through that first 3 minutes, just getting it started. We also have a thing called template toys where you can just drag and drop a game, just drop a whole bunch of stuff in. And what we're trying to do is make it so that when you put those things in, maybe when you open them up, you can see inside, and when you look inside, you can see how they work and play with them. So it isn't just in like one opaque thing that you put into a game world, and that's how it functions. You can really open it up, and then you can make your own version, remix it, and carry on from there. So yeah, I think to get started, the Intro to Magic is really the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you said code is like magic, it is. I mean, sometimes it just has a mind of its own. Sometimes it just decides to stop working. And really, the fact that you can sort of take a large component and just sort of go into it when you're comfortable, open it up and play around with it and remix it, like you were saying, that is super cool. Have you created anything using your platform that you're particularly proud of, or anything that you'd like to sort of share to maybe get people thinking about what you can build?
Yeah, so what we've done so far is really just work on core game loops, like implementing very straightforward games. Because I think when you're building something new, if you also try and be experimental with the game design, now you've got like a platform and an experimental game. Sounds pretty difficult. So we've just done some pretty straightforward games. We have like a little hub world that has some fishing, and everything that you can see on the website today is built using the tools. Like there's no cheating. We don't use any external stuff. So we're just using our own tools. But yeah, I think the FPS games we have are really nice. I think we have a little kind of Chase Heroes multiplayer platformer parkour thing. There's a new jetpack racing game that's super fun. But yeah, lots of things. And certainly, you know, one of the things we've seen is people building on Chromebooks. Like that's something that I didn't expect. We have a lot of people in our community just using Chromebooks to build. They're not generally devices that can really do a lot. So I think it's nice to see people, who have these things in their houses starting to use them.
Well, I think that's one of the cool things. My day job is esports. And when I look at the games out there that people play competitively, you know, it's about taking down barriers to entry, making them really easy to run on low systems, free to
Right.
play, etc., so that everybody can get involved. I mean, that's also like a nice, whether it was your one of your core competencies or like sort of a side effect of it. By having everything run in a browser, I can realistically be, I come from a poor neighborhood. Like I couldn't afford all this type of stuff. I can get myself a $150 little laptop that, Chromebook or one of the big phones. Get yourself a big phone, and all of a sudden you can log into the browser and do that sort of thing. I think that to me is, everybody's got their own little, like, pet, like, thing they like to, that to me, accessibility in that sense, the dollar keeping you out. Nah, man, being able to run on a browser, I think, is really, really big. And personally, I love the endeavor, so I think it's awesome.
Yeah, thanks. It's an in progress project. But like I say, if people want to try it out and they want to play with it for Global Game Jam, we'd be super happy to have them. Main places to turn up in our Discord.
And would that Discord channel as well be where to go if you have any feedback about, your experience using Big Bang over Game Jam?
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, the all of the developers, the programmers and artists and everybody are directly in the Discord there, happy to help people build things. That's the main way that we do get feedback from people building things and experimenting and playing with things. Yeah, we're always happy to get feedback there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Robert, for all that you do over at Big Bang, one of our sponsors for this year's Global Game Jam. I can't wait to see what people are going to build using your platform. And I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of the other sponsors who are making this event happen, such as our headline sponsor, Microsoft, Unity, Endless, Discord, Facebook Gaming, Unreal Engine, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Core Games, Virtuos, Twilio Quest, the UK Games Talent and Finance, the Cultural Antiquities Task Force of the US State Department, Houdini, Challenge, DDM, and Richcast. Thank you all so much for your sponsorship and letting all of us jammers do what we do best. And we'll have more fun talks with jammers and our sponsors after this break. So please stay tuned, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to the Global Game Jam. Super fun, super excited. Gabby's super excited. Me too. And here's our friend George out of Portugal. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. How are you?
Hey, pretty good. I see that Gabby already noticed that I brought a guest with me as well
Yeah,
today.
it's hard, but sometimes when you recognize, like, you gotta just give the shout outs to all those
I
owl
love your
friends out
relive.
there. Yeah, I also love your relive.
Welcome, buddy. So again, we've kind of been touring the world, from our lovely
Mhm.
homes here, and now we are here in Portugal. So George, why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown on how Portugal kind of reps the global game jam scene?
So we started organizing Global Game Jam in Portugal about some 5-6 years ago. I believe when it started, or when I started participating for the first time, there was only one jam site organized by one of the schools that teaches game development here in Portugal. And thanks to some community initiatives over the next years, the number of jam sites just exploded because essentially almost every university wanted to get on boards, and suddenly we started having like 10 to 12 gem sites every year. So yeah, the number of people participating in Portugal and the amount of people interested in game development in Portugal kind of just blew up over the last 5-6 years, which was around the time I also started.
Awesome. Awesome. Really, really cool to kind of see just how, how it's exploding. That's the same stories that we're hearing from all over the world, whether it's, North Africa, Eastern Europe, just like, yeah, we started out with a couple, then it turned into a medium amount. Now there's a whole bunch. And so, it's awesome to see, the explosion for sure. It might be, early years, but we asked the question to some of the developers from the UK. We asked a question to some of the developers from Eastern Europe as well. What the aura, or like what their region's games like exuded. So Portuguese games, the Portuguese game jam scene. What do you think your scene sends out? Like, what do you think your games have?
I think
It's a
it's a
tough
very
one, I
interesting
know.
question because I would say there's always some sort of cultural inspiration here and there, but I'd say a lot of our scene is very experimental on the kinds of games they do. Um, when it comes to Global Game Jam, which normally attracts more student folks, you see a lot of things from all different genres, normally 2D, because that's always more practical during a game jam. But then you also have like more weird jams. Like someone tried to do something similar to Castle Jam here in Portugal, and it also had a ton of quirky, interesting games. So very experimental, very broad, depending on the kind of developers you attract. Um, and yes, sometimes here and there you can notice some trace of Portuguese inspiration and this or Europe culture, presence on the projects we make.
It's exciting to hear you mention that, since one thing we've also heard a lot of is that people love the game jam format because it does give you the opportunity to experiment a bit more and build something that may or may not work without putting too much time or investment into it. So, I gotta ask, since you've been participating in the game jams for so long, was there ever something that you built that you thought might be like a little bit weird or, different or experimental that you otherwise wouldn't have had a chance to build?
So I think that's generally how game jams tend to go, especially with the team I have built. So we run a studio called Wheels and Games, and most of our team over the last years was mostly just doing game jam games because mixing up being a student and all of the responsibilities that has and the little time we had, we mostly did game jams, and we did a lot of interesting, quirky experimental projects. We tried doing different genres. And, the big highlights is essentially, the game we made during last year's Global Game Jam, which is Tansic. And that game just completely flipped our worlds upside down because, we were working on a full project as a product, but it was kind of getting into development hell. And suddenly this project within Global Game Jam, inspired by the fact we are not able to travel as much because of the pandemic, suddenly becomes our core primary project because it just got people's attention. So suddenly, the world completely flipped on its own.
I mean, that's the beauty of game design, like sometimes, yeah, we all go to work, and sometimes you have a very clear cut vision that, you got to hit. And that's what's fun about the Global Game Jam, is that like, you don't really have to worry about any of that. And you can, like, when a new door opens itself, you can just walk on through. And, if you started with an FPS, but everything seems to lend itself to puzzle game, you can just sort of do that. And so, looking at Townseek, I saw, I've seen what you guys have done there. It is really, really charming is the word that I want to use. And, you talk about, hidden inspiration. I think Townseek has a lot of not just Portuguese, but also your experience at your studio, where you're talking about like, we were in development hell, we couldn't really travel around a lot. I think we see that in Townseek, and I think that's fun about game design. So I think you have a little video for us. So why don't you do the dev thing, introduce us to the video and the whole thing.
So I decided to bring in some footage of Townseek, the new version we're building, because Global Game Jam 2021 was a year ago. So we've been working on it more full-time-ish since August, September. And so we have a bit of the video of our relaxing exploration trading game to show. So maybe we should roll that.
Townseek, straight up already on my wish list. Everybody's immediately going to go to the aesthetic. It's super adorable. Charming was the word that I used specifically. But I think, I like the gameplay, the relaxing exploration trading. Like it's honestly, it's kind of what I need right now. It really is kind of what I need right now. I'm really excited for it. And I'm not usually a nice guy. I just smile sometimes. I'm not blowing smoke. I legitimately am very impressed with what you guys have done here. And it's, I literally pulled up my Steam. It's on my wish list right now.
Yeah, so
I was
chat,
just looking it up
if you can wishlist it, please wishlist it, because wishlists help a lot to please our algorithm lords. So if you can, please check wishlist on Steam. I think Arya and Tim can put the links to it on the chat if possible. But yeah, no, Townseek was very, very inspired by our experience traveling. The fact that our artist is from Mexico. We've already worked with people also from Brazil and other countries. And, from a personal standpoint, I've always felt that it was thanks to traveling that I grew the most as a person. Like, going to these conferences, going to these, meeting other developers, and, just discovering places. Like, we took some extra days when Gamescom happened 2 years ago to just explore Clone, for example. Just getting to know those places. All of that I feel came together through this game.
Mark Twain, American author, once said that travel is the antidote to ignorance, and I hold that very near and dear to my heart. I got a chance through esports to do DreamHack Valencia a number of years ago, and then took 2 weeks to just walk through Portugal. Actually, Porto winds up being my favorite city, and I will probably move there soon. We're working on stuff like that. But anyway, the ability to really travel and see different things. I don't know where they sell donut pizza, but that's what I want. I want a donut. I saw it in the Town Seek video, and I want one. So that's where I'm coming from. Gabby, I saw you look really excited after the video as well.
Yeah, honestly, I grew up on web browser-based games that had heavy trading economies. So, like, as soon as I saw that you could travel from one place to another and then sort of play the economy game, I was like, "Oh, that's my home. That's my comfy spot." And then the piano music as well in the trailer, just it all seems like it's coming together to be like a very relaxing experience. There doesn't seem to be any time pressure to it. You just kind of float around with your wares and you make money so you can travel more, and it just seems really satisfying. So I am also about to wishlist it on Steam once I remember my password. That'll take about 20 minutes probably. But really, y'all have done a fantastic job with that. I can't wait to
Thank
see
you.
where it's gonna go.
Yeah, we've just been working on it pretty much every day because it's been a really fun project to work on, because essentially we still have a scope, we still need to manage it, so we actually have a deliverable game one of these days. But in general, it's just a very fun game to work because we can just really focus on the world and focus on the charm that we want to build, and it's just fun whenever we add a new town, or we add one of the small little creatures that appear all over the map, or one of the new items. It's just fun when it all starts coming together, and so it's been a
Yeah.
very joyful project to work on.
Exactly, and again, a reminder to folks that, like, this is a very real result of a global game jam. Like, this is how, when you look at games that come together, listen, we can't, like, yeah, every once in a while some one-man band comes through and Stardew Valley's it, but realistically it's a whole bunch of different people coming from a whole bunch of different areas with a whole bunch of different things and ideas. And well, over a 48-hour kind of course, this idea of a cutesy dootsy travel, maybe we should put some, like, currency element into it. Now all of a sudden you're sailing around the world in a cat boat, trading food, like, from one place to another. And I think that is the uniquely human experience
Mhm.
of game design, and the uniquely human experience of game design given the constraints of the global game jam, seeing that you just have a certain amount of time and such. And so you guys obviously extremely, I'm going to use the word successful. This is a successful game in my eyes. You have a great, a great release, something great to look at. People are already talking about it. We'll talk about money and everything later. This is success. And so I want to ask you specifically to sort of give a piece of advice, because, like, you've done it, so to speak. Like, you have taken
Mhm.
something from global game jam and gone to that next level. You've seen what it's like. So do you have any advice for the jammers out there that haven't been able to do this, whether it's their first year or their fifth?
I think it's just a matter of keeping up at it. This is not our first game jam project. In fact, it's probably our 12th or 13th. So
That's big.
sometimes, when we start getting into the industry, we immediately want to build our skill set and, like, be good at everything from the get go, and that's just not how things are meant to go. The games we make, the jams we participate in, and the experiences we go through, they shape how we work, how we think about our work, how we do our work. And so, especially to students, which is always who I recommend Global Game Jam the most, you know, our first and second game jams, we didn't do so well. We actually didn't have a game done. Then the game jam after that, we had a very floaty, hack and slash. Then the next one, we started, figuring out how to do text. These things come over with time. And sure, there are some stories like Stardew Valley where someone is able to build that skill. But even Stardew Valley took 4 or 5 years. Things take time. So I think it's more like have patience with yourself. Take time to explore your skills, explore the kinds of ideas you want to make. And, those things are always going to change over time, anyways. You're always going to be interested by something new. You're going to have some life experience that's going to change your perception on how things goes. And, even our case, we were stuck on a project that wasn't really going anywhere, and suddenly, because we wanted to do something more relaxing and something that was inspired by, this situation which nobody of us expected to be in, suddenly we had a game that worked. So it's really just have patience, have some self-love, and just keep up at it, and you'll get there.
You nailed it, man. I mean, a little bit of self-love, a little bit of patience, just that right there, I think, is the essence, the aura, and the big takeaway from the Global Game Jam. George, thank you so much for giving us your time. Remember,
so much
folks,
as well.
Wishlist Townseek, keep your eyes out for it. Absolutely, I very, very realistically am a fan already. So again, some sage wisdom from George and his team that are doing it and continue to do it. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. George is done for us, but myself and Gabby will be back in just a matter of moments. We are going to, well, do it and keep on doing it. We'll be right back with the Global Game Jam.
Welcome back, Jammers, to the Game Jam 2020 global theme reveal stream. I'm still Gabby, still here with Tom, but this time we are joined by Diego Rodriguez, all the way from Peru, and John Yang. How is it going, you two? John, let's start with you. How has your day been so far?
It's been great. It's been really relaxing, actually. So yeah, enjoying and actually preparing, like doing all the things that we need. That we are already running out of time, so we are getting ready. And
Awesome. And Diego, how has your day been so far? Are you excited for this year's Global Game Jam?
Yeah, very excited. We actually we had a meeting today at 10 a.m. For the game jam, and now that we have seen the theme reveal, we're very excited about it.
Awesome. Well, one thing that we have been talking about with a lot of people is sort of the local flavor that your local communities bring into the Global Game Jam. And again, starting with you, John, if you had to sort of describe what kind of local influences your community brings into their Game Jam games, how would you describe that?
the games from the game jam here in Peru are very experimental, are usually very indie in the side of the things that are new and small. Most of them likes to make smaller games that they can finish in in time, uh, and they are very creative. They make some crazy stuff. Actually, it's fun. It's very fun.
Diego, if you had to take a shot at describing it, I know you're also from Peru, but how would you phrase, what your local community brings to the Global Game Jam?
Well, actually, what John said is perfect. It's like very experimental. We our jammers always use like a lot of creativity. Well, every jammer does. Um, but for example, last year, something we that caught our eyes is that most of the games were kind of dark, like they use a very dark themes, but they were all like positive in nature because it was like overcoming something dark. So I believe our community in particular maybe is very like looking at that, right? Like overcoming difficulties, like seeing the positive in the negative, and maybe the also kind of obvious answer is that since Peru is very culturally diverse, there's a lot of elements also in those games, like cultural and all the social stuff. It's very prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all relate. I mean, I don't know about you, Tom, about overcoming dark hardships over the past couple of years.
Yeah, been there, done that, got a t-shirt. I think that's one of the cool
Oh, yeah.
things that we come together, whether it's, and games have been a unique part of that, I think, for everyone, right? Whether it's the easy hit of like, wow, pandemic, let's all play online, or what comes after the fact is how that really leads to community building and everything. And I mean, I've been a nerd forever. Like my best friends come from games, and my World of Warcraft guild is literally where all of my friends come from 15 years ago. Like I got I married my friends from my guilds. Like that's what it is. It's about coming together sometimes when you can't really, and really putting together something kind of creative. And I think that's what's been fun looking at the global aspect of the GGJ, is how each little corner of the world, each little pocket of the world, as different and unique and diverse as we all are, asking people from different parts of the world what their games exude, or what you expect to see out of their region. You get a lot of different answers because we're all very different, but you also get a lot of the same because we're all just people. and that experimentalism, that desire to come together, that desire to try something new, that's really what makes us all uniquely human and uniquely developers and designers. And so watching everybody come from, whether it's Peru or Ukraine or Canada, and everybody have something a little different but a little the same, I think that's really like the core here is running with everything.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah, I agree.
some of the things we've been doing to build that community is like have traditions. Like every game jam we organize, we have like very particular activities that we do. So that helps a lot to bring the community together. Not just making games, because we know it can be a little stressful. I mean, making games, but also during these difficult times. But these traditions help a lot to know each other, to reduce stress, and to have an overall good time.
Can
Yeah,
you
for us, it's
can you
like
tell us
getting
about
together. It's like New Year's.
it is a really good opportunity to get together, and I'm curious if you could please tell us more about some of these traditions that y'all have down in Peru.
Yeah, actually, what we usually do is every Friday, midnight on Friday, we have like a kind of games gathering. When the event was in the physical format, we usually played like video games or I don't know, hide and seek and stuff like that. Then we also have like this treasure hunt that we do on Saturdays. And each year we kind of shake it up. Last year was in a virtual space, so we build it up from the ground up, a 3D virtual space, and we offer prizes as well. So it's kind of competitive.
That sounds like a lot of fun. John, what are you looking forward to the most this year for Global Game Jam?
Some things that we've been doing also is getting connected with another sites. We love to get connected with Latin American sites, but also with other sites from all over the world, so we can see what we're doing and we can share like news and workshops and talks and all those things that we know they work on and we also do, and that's like a really global experience, because that's why I tell the guys that come, it's global game jam, it's not like Peru game jam. We're doing this with people all over the world, and we should be able to feel that connection. So I really look forward to that connection.
So if someone is watching this live stream right now, what's the best way they can get connected with y'all down in Peru?
Well, I
Is
think
there like a
our
Discord?
socials.
Yeah.
There's a Discord and a Facebook page. We're mostly active on Facebook, so you can find us with Lima Game Jam, looking for us, and I mean, you can write to us, and we will be happy to answer your questions.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for your time. I hope that you have a ton of fun getting together, working on Global Game Jam this year. I can't wait to see what you are going to create. And to all of you all at home, we have even more fun conversations from other parts of the world coming up real soon. So thank you for watching today, and please stay tuned.
Hey, welcome back. It is the Global Game Jam 2022. I'm your host, F. Dot, also joined by your other host, Simply Gabby, and joined by Caleb Anderson himself. Welcome, Caleb. How you doing, bud?
I'm good. How are you both?
I'm doing well. Gabby, how you doing?
Good.
I'm doing pretty well myself too. We've had a lot of really fun conversations today, and I feel like everybody is just so pumped to get started with this year's Global Game Jam. I can't wait to see what people are going to build.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing through this whole stream. Just everyone's so excited to get going. And one of the reasons I'm here is to talk about the diversifiers.
It's one of my favorite parts. If you've been watching, you know that I am so excited about the diversifiers. It's really cool to come together and just have 48 hours to make a game. But I keep calling them affixes. Just like something a little bit different to kind of like throw a curveball at you. To use an Americanism and like see what happens. So yeah, the diversifiers are pretty cool. My first question to you, Mr. Anderson, is where do you guys come up with the ideas? Do you guys just like pound them out, or?
Well, here's the wonderful thing. Every one of the diversifiers every year is submitted by a member of the GGJ community. And we get the list. I think this year we must have had about 100. And we've had to go through and meticulously narrow them down into the final list that we've got on the website.
Awesome.
There's yeah. There's some really cool ones on the website too. Like I was looking at it right before this segment, and I mean, there's one for like only developing your game on a single board computer, like a Raspberry Pi. Like I literally just got one of those the other week. So that is such a cool idea. There's ones for like making your game more accessible. There's ones to make you literally take a break every 2 to 3 hours. I would personally be looking to add that one to my schedule, but you have such like a incredible mix of ideas in there. It really, I think, does a good job of reflecting the fact that the community came together to sort of build this.
Oh yeah, definitely. And even just quickly looking through the list in the time between the theme being formally announced and now, you can see how you can fit some of the diversifiers directly into the theme. So, for instance, if I have a look here, so narrative, build your own multiverse. Your game's narrative should include characters from at least 2 works of fiction. That you can easily fit that into Duality. All you need to do is pick 2 different styles of works of fiction. Boom, there you go.
I mean, even looking, again, I always bring up my own personal experience, and I immediately go to all that jazz in the audio category. Like,
Oh, it's
use a
so
piece of
good.
music from before 1923 in your game, and also this is so you have 2 things going on here in the diversifiers, because you also see build your in your build your own multiverse characters out of the public domain. You get sort of a 2-pronged thing, because again, Global Game Jam is about like creation, but also education and learning. One, yeah, here you go, make your game, but only use music from the Andrews Sisters or whatever. Like, go ahead and do it, but also use stuff in the public domain because it's free. Like that's a little bit of like a little how you call it, like a tech tip, a tidbit for the designers out there that like want to lean on that.
Yeah, because using stuff in the public domain is perfectly fine in this case. It doesn't conflict with the GGJ license for your game, so go ahead and use it. You may find something when you're doing your research that you really like.
Also, for what it's
There-
worth, Winnie the Pooh just hit public domain, because public domain is about a number of years, and so Winnie the Pooh is public domain. The original character, if you put a red shirt on it, I think it starts getting you gotta yell at Disney, which is a whole different bag of worms. But Winnie the Pooh
Just put a
itself,
blue shirt on him. Problem solved.
he is part of the public domain, so that all of a sudden opens up things. Duality. Maybe you go Winnie the Pooh and Jack the Ripper, because they're childlike and adult-like, 2 different worlds, right? That's where my mind is at. But kind of crazy stuff that you can do once you start tying in the world of public domain, for sure. But looking at some of the other stuff, they come from all over the place. Everything from specifically, piece of music from before 1923 to acutely identifiable. This game has super kawaii and high contrast visuals. Like, so there's some really specific stuff and some roundabout stuff as well, Caleb. Are there any particular favorites that come to mind when you're looking at this year's diversifier list?
One I'm a particular fan of is GAG 10, which is to help celebrate the 10th anniversary of the game accessibility guidelines. I help to playtest a lot of games, and my main focus is on accessibility. So seeing a diversified like that up for this year is a personal favourite of mine. Beyond that, I think the ones that involve, sort of mixing styles. So we were saying about the kawaii, we were saying about just trying to quickly look through my notes, see if I can find which ones I was on about. Yeah, so you can tell that I'm just very frantically looking, just like, I'm sure I wrote this somewhere, I'm sure I wrote this somewhere. Yeah, so like that jazz one that
True
we
life of a
discussing,
game dev.
that's a brilliant one. Yeah.
I mean, you bring up a really interesting point just by the sake that, you're scrambling through your notes, you're trying to remember which ones excited you. I mean, there's a lot of different diversifiers here. And if you had to give advice to somebody who's maybe doing their first global game jam, like how would you recommend people look to start working these in as they're going through the creative process?
I think the best tip I could give is, as you're going through, just take a little break from time to time, just have a look through and see if any particularly jump out at you, because I've been doing this for, I think this is my 5th year now, and every year I've just been working on my project, and then at some point I'll go through the list and go, oh, that could give me an interesting twist. So it's just take that break from time to time, along with making sure your well-being's as it should be, and just have a look through the list and go, do any of these jump out?
Solid advice.
Yeah, that's I think that's one of the fun things, is that again, a lot of the things that I've been focusing on as we go through the global game jam, talking to all these different people, is how important it is to kind of like take your skill set, come together, and going all the way to the top, make that stone soup. And so like listen, if everybody on your team, is 20 and never doesn't know anything about music, maybe all that jazz isn't really the go-to diversifier for you. Maybe you have somebody that is really into like Harajuku stuff, and so the acutely identifiable works. Or what are you saying?
Or you were saying that it may not jump out to you. Maybe you could take this as an opportunity to experiment with that and see where it takes you.
That's all. Yeah, like either side. Either you can come in and be like, hey man, like my dad loves music from the 19 teens, turn of the century, I know all about it. Or like you said, yeah, that's also a great point. Like, listen man, I don't so I'm not great at keeping my code clean, 3 parameters per method and no more than 15 lines per method. That one, yeah, I see you, Gabby, and I think that one, I think a lot of programmers are going to come by and like, look at it and be like, oh, definitely not that. And then you have your music guy like, hey, why not? Why not? It's a free diversifier. Like, not really getting it. So I think that could be fun because, again, it's all about the people for me coming together and seeing how everybody's skill set intersects, where those gaps lie, and the diversifiers can really kind of poke holes in it. If you have the perfect team making the perfect game, that's not really, the global game jam is here to like poke holes in that and help you figure out how to keep it going. So I really like what you guys do here. Have there been any from years past that you might have wanted to see here or such?
Okay. So we try not to repeat them year on year, and people can have a look at the list. But one I particularly remember from 2018 was where you had to design a second game in the last, I think it was either 12 or 48 hours of the jam, and I'm never doing that again.
You've already got it. But wait, there's more. Yeah, that sounds like a whole bunch. That's the real AAA experience for what it's worth, right? Like the last second,
Oh yeah, definitely.
curveball. So finance says that you have to change everything and you have 6 hours. Ready, set, go. And you go, well, okay. So there you go. Get a little bit of real life experience for sure coming out of the global game jam stuff for sure. But that, I think that's awesome, kind of looking at where the diversifiers lie and all that. Caleb, what else have you done with the global game jam? Because a lot of what I've noticed, everybody that works with the GGJ kind of like wears multiple hats. So you're more than just diversifier guy for sure.
Oh yeah, I also run the jam site for GGJ Liverpool here in the UK. So we get people from all across our area, and because we work with the universities, we might get people from other countries come in to help with teams. So we could get someone from, say, Sweden who's come to here for university, and they can bring their own experiences and their own little twists.
Whole lot of coming together for sure and seeing all that stuff. So awesome stuff. Again, the diversifiers I think are, it's hard to pick, but I think it's my favorite part of the global game jam. And so I special spot in my heart for you, Caleb. Thank you so much for your hard work. Again, very cool to have you with us and work towards everything. And again, shout outs to our friends Caleb, and shout outs to our friends as our sponsors are very important to us. Our headline sponsor, Microsoft, Unity, Big Bang, Endless, Discord, Facebook Gaming, Unreal Engine, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Core Games, Virtuos, Twilo Quest, the UK Games Talent and Finance, the Cultural Antiquities Task Force of the United States State Department, Houdini, Challenge, DDM, and Richcast. Thank you to all of them. Thank you to Caleb. And we will thank you guys for watching. And we'll be right back with the Global Game Jam.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Global Game Jam 2022 theme reveal stream. I'm Gabby Snyder, simply Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Tom F. Battinger and Tim Samoff from the glorious state of California here in the United States of America. Tim, how are you doing today?
I am doing fabulous. Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, of course. We've spent so much time talking to people from all around the world. It's really nice to kind of come home for a short little bit. Tom and I are both based in the US as well. And, I'm really curious after hearing about all these global sort of perspectives that people are bringing into the Global Game Jam. If you had to describe, the local scene in California for Game Jam, and if it had like an aura, what kind of aura would that be?
That's a really good question. I really liked what a lot of the other global people were saying about the sort of experimental ethos and the independent kind of nature of what Global Game Jam brings to our experience. And I think the same is true for the U.S. and specifically Southern California. I think one thing that is possibly different from a lot of the other global locations, though, is the fact that we have just an enormous amount of opportunities for people to take part in the Global Game Jam here, from USC to our school at Azusa Pacific University, all across LA. I mean, there's hundreds of sites just here, and so we see thousands of games come out of just Southern California, which is pretty interesting. I think that lends to us I mean, I hate saying it, but a competitive nature that might not exist in other places. Even though we don't treat it as a competition, we definitely want to kind of one up some of the other sites that are around.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's natural with creatives, right? Like, I see the guitar behind you. Yeah. There is no score. I can't be better than you at music, but I'm gonna try. So, like, I
Right.
think that's the same thing when it comes to game dev, right? Like, listen, yes, somebody can make a better game than somebody else, absolutely. But when we're all kind of jamming out, it's all the same,
Oh.
but there is that natural, like, just, oh, I see what they're doing over there. I see what they're doing over there, and all of a sudden, like, it gets the wheels turning. I think was your point there with the competition.
Definitely. And the funny thing about that too is, the wheels get turning and you see what's happening around you, but once you're working on your game, that's all you're doing. I mean, you don't see anything else. You're so focused at that point that it just becomes your own little thing, which is, I think the same experience everyone has around the world, right?
I also have to wonder, I mean, you mentioned in particular all of the universities, the academic environments in LA. I mean, there's so many really good software engineering, coding schools. There's so many awesome creative opportunities in Southern California. I have to wonder if, like, a lot of the students in your areas look to this as a way to sort of use some of that creative energy and maybe let themselves get a little bit competitive about it. Because even though it's not necessarily about a grade or anything, just like being in the room and being a part of that energy, I know can really like amp you up.
Oh, it's an incredible event. In fact, one of the things that we've done where I teach is we've actually worked our entire program around this event. So our classes stop, during the week that we start. We get ready for the Global Game Jam and we just get into it. One of the things that I tell people also that are considering getting into the jam, especially those that aren't in our program, doing game development and game design 100% of the time, I say, if you really want to learn what we learn in 4 years, come to one Global Game Jam. I mean, one weekend teaches you every single thing that you need to know. And it's so fun watching people come in with absolutely no experience and leave as game developers. It's second to none.
Can I ask you, do you teach at university or?
Yeah, I am the interim dean of the Department of Cinematic Arts where I work, and I'm also the program director of the Games and Interactive Media program. And so we have a 4-year undergrad program where students are, continually striving to become game designers and game developers. And it's we do what we can, but the global game jam does more, and I just love that. I love the fact that this is the one event that everyone can come together and get that taste of what it's like to work in a studio. And we do other jams here and there throughout the year, but this is the one that really kind of brings everything that we need to it.
I asked that question because you brought up the fact that, like, you just stop you stop like curricula, and this is a part of it. Like that, I think is so. Education is something that I'm really passionate about, and education in the right way. Like, I'm not sitting here saying no more homework, no more tests, but there's a balance, and there is absolutely a very real value to real life stuff. Not just like, oh, go spend a week at the studio, but also like this, where you're hands-on. This is really what game devs are doing. This is, hanging out in the tavern, so to speak, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
this is
yeah,
where you're
absolutely.
going to meet your fellow travelers, and you can sit there and learn as much Unity as you want. But until you go out there and meet a guy that's been to 7 game jams and have failed out of 2 AAA studios and then made it on his 42nd birthday, like, until you meet that woman that is like tried and tried and tried and then fight, like, that's the game jam. Like, I just want to like thank you for making that a part of like the curriculum. I think that's so sick, and I think that's a way that like students can actually get it. It's an intrinsic world of games, and it's
Yeah,
so
yeah, and
important. Sorry, I'm on my
yeah,
soapbox. I just think what you
no,
do is
no,
so
it's
important.
it's great. I love it. I love it. And you were earlier talking about the social aspect as well, and I think that's equally as important as the game experience. Or a little earlier you were talking about how your friends came out of your World of Warcraft guilds and everything. That's something about Global Game Jam that I really respect and love as well, is the fact that people come in not knowing each other, and then the next year you see them come back as friends wanting to make a game together because they just had the experience a year ago. And it's a place that not only teaches the social skills to get along in a game team, but it develops lifelong friends that you go away with, and sometimes often even starting your own companies or doing other things. So it's an amazing experience.
Yeah, and one thing that you touched on a little bit as well that I love, I went to a liberal arts college, and we had a game jam there, and it was a lot of people's first time, building games, interacting with technology, and sort of figuring out like storytelling and that aspect of it. So it's really awesome that your program is built in a way that like this is a key part of it. But then at the same time, you can also have people coming into it. Like, this is my first time. I saw it on a bulletin board somewhere or something and decided, you know what the heck? I want to try and be a game developer for a weekend. So
Yeah,
do you have
yeah.
any advice for anybody coming in, maybe especially as a student into one of these game jams, like what they can do to sort of make the best of their time?
That's a great question. I mean, I think my first bit of advice to anyone is the fact that they should not dwell on the fact that they don't have experience. I mean, come in with whoever you are, whatever you know, you're going to be used somewhere within the game, and whether it just be testing or offering ideas, it becomes such a life-giving and fulfilling experience, I think, for anyone of every experience level. On top of that, though, just being aware that this condensed 48 hours of time is their chance to really prove that they can dedicate themselves to this project. That's something that I think surprises a lot of people about just the amount of energy and the amount of patience and the amount of the ability to get over being frustrated, right? And just kind of move on with what you're doing are huge skill sets to have as you come into a jam like this. People already mentioned, of course, sleeping and eating and hydrating and things like that, which is great. But I'm gonna go on a limb and say for this 48 hours, you just do what you have to do. And a lot of times, we definitely stop for health, right? And I purposely, especially when we're in person, which unfortunately we're not this year again, but when we're in person, I make points to say, hey, it's time to take a break. But you know what? If the break comes after the jam, that's just fine with me as well. I would never transpose that mindset into a full-time, game dev sort of personality. But for the game jam, it's all about fun. It's all about seeing what you can do, pushing yourself. It's yeah.
giving it the good old college try, as some may say.
Right. Right.
Well
you know, this
said.
is the
Well
last. This is
said.
the last time, and this is the last time in their young lives too, where they can do that without too many physical ramifications, right?
Yeah, I don't think I could pull an all-nighter anymore personally, but I definitely look back fondly on the ones I did for my game jams back in the day. So,
Right.
everything with moderation, learn your own limits, take care of yourself, but if you want to go for it, by all means, do it in a
Yeah.
way that's sustainable, I think is the key
Yeah.
phrase.
And this is such
I'll
a
stay up
safe
late.
place too, right? You know.
I'll be
Awesome. Well,
the stay upper for sure.
Right.
all right, Tom, you can take the night shift, I'll take the day shift, and we'll meet in the middle, maybe for dinner or something. Tim,
Like
thank you
two
so much
perfect.
for your time.
Oh, it's my
I
pleasure.
really
This is so
appreciate you
fun.
stopping in. Yeah,
I
this has been a
appreciate you guys
blast.
doing this.
Thank
This is
you.
awesome.
Of course, of course. Best of luck to all of the jammers out there in California and across the US and across the world. We have more fun conversations coming for you here at the 2022 Global Game Jam theme reveal stream. So please stay tuned. We're not done yet, and it's only more fun from here on out.
Welcome back, friends. Here we are, and we are joined this time by Dr. Catherine Foster from CATF. Thank you so much for joining us. And why don't you introduce yourself to everybody at home?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Catherine Foster, and I'm from the Cultural Antiquities Task Force, which is an interagency group that is administered by the U.S. Department of State's Cultural Heritage Center.
That's very, very cool. And myself and Gabby have been calling out the sponsors all day. And I definitely took note of seeing the Cultural Antiquities Task Force for the U.S. State Department on the list of other more endemic sponsors, let's say. I actually know what you guys do over at the State Department with respect to Cultural Antiquities Task. And I think it's very, very interesting and cool that you guys are getting involved in games and game development. So why don't you give a little bit of background about what the Cultural Antiquities Task Force does in general, and then how games kind of fit into that landscape overall?
Sure. Yeah, we're not kind of the normal folks on your list. So it's kind of fun to be a part of this real illustrious group. But basically, since 2004, the Cultural Antiquities Task Force has coordinated with federal law enforcement agencies, as well as foreign partners and Interpol, to disrupt the looting, stealing, damaging, and trafficking of cultural heritage at risk all over the world. So this trafficking of stolen and looted or forged art, antiquities, and other cultural objects, it has several real negative impacts, that really affect all of us. So, for example, trafficking benefits organized crime, it erodes the legal art market, and it harms our international relationships. That's why the State Department is involved with this. So the loss of cultural heritage through this trafficking, it can also contribute to things like the breakdown of social identity, of coexistence, and economic livelihoods that are tied to the heritage tourism sector, for example. So what we do at the Cultural Antiquities Task Force is we strive to prevent these losses, to bust the bad guys, the traffickers, and to return trafficked objects to their homes, to their countries of origin. And we also really seek to empower local communities to protect and preserve their heritage for future generations. So, to this end, we're really excited to be teaming up with GGJ to raise awareness about the threats to cultural heritage around the world and to foster like cross-disciplinary collaboration, archaeologists working with game developers, to foster this collaboration and dialogue around this broader topic of cultural heritage preservation and protection. So like together we ran a cultural heritage game jam in November that gathered around 850 participants from 72 countries, and they created 116 new games that raise awareness and really celebrate diverse cultural art, artifacts, traditions, and places, again, just all over the world. And these games, they really inspired us and countless others who now have this newfound appreciation for cultural heritage and for the risks that it faces from like looting and trafficking, for example, and the positive role that games and the gaming community can play to raise awareness and to safeguard cultural heritage. And so for Global Game Jam 2022, we are really proud to support a diversifier to really keep this momentum going on this important issue.
It is so cool that you're investing time for the preservation aspect of culture, in addition to just raising awareness. Because I think about how many amazing cultural sites exist within the US alone, nevertheless, the entire world that I may not ever get to see in my lifetime. But thanks to games that go ahead and, create something based off of that, tell the story, preserve the history, it really gives you a chance to sort of get that travel, get that diversity experience from the comfort of your own home, maybe even in your pajamas, which is always really exciting to see.
One of the
Yeah.
I think one of the better examples of that we've seen in recent memory is, and we're gonna go from indie world here to I mean, even look at the large AAA games. Assassin's Creed allows you to really
Yeah.
look at it, and I believe they call it museum mode. You can walk around Egypt, and they'll kind of like show you the places of antiquity and point out various POIs and such like that. And like that's a very like literal translation. But then of course we have games, like Torin that celebrate like everybody's like cultural heritage and background like that. And so I think that's really where my big question is. Like I see the diversifier here put forth by you guys: create a game that celebrates diverse cultural heritage and raises awareness of art, artifacts, traditions, and places at risk from theft, looting, trafficking. That second part seems a little bit more difficult. So Dr. Foster, how would you envision somebody like tackling this diversifier? One example of a way that you would see that best illustrated in a game.
Yeah, I mean, if for inspiration, like I mentioned, we recently had a Cultural Heritage Game Jam in November, and so you can go check out all those games on on GGJ's site to get a flavor, right, of how the various teams that participated in that interpreted that, because the diversifier here is really closely aligned with that original theme. But we did want to keep it kind of broad so that everybody can kind of bring with them either their own heritage, or if there's one that they've wanted to explore. This is where having like multicultural teams is really cool because you might be working with someone for GGJ in like another country, right? The beauty of being able to do this virtually, and you might be learning something new about heritage in another country. But yeah, the protection side is something that is a little more nuanced, maybe more difficult. And there's a lot of threats that are, put cultural heritage in jeopardy around the world. And it's easy perhaps to think about, okay, somebody, Thomas Crown Affair, like breaking in and stealing paintings and things. There's also looters who are going to archaeological sites, in the night and um, digging up artifacts in order to sell those on the black market. But there's other threats too. A big one that's really growing in interest is climate change and the climate crisis and the effects that it has, the physical effects on heritage sites, but then also kind of the trickle down effects to communities that had relied on certain aspects of their heritage that is being affected by changes in climate, where you might have more extreme weather events. For example, you have flooding at an ancient temple that's in your community that you used to worship at, for example, and you can no longer access it because it's flooded, most of the time. I mean, these are just really few examples of the
Yeah.
ways that, heritage is under threat from a whole host of issues. And so I think as game developers, you can take any one of those and really expand on it and really put your own spin on it to raise awareness. And I don't maybe develop something that those of us at the State Department and my partners that we work with, we could use that game as, a way to train people to protect sites, or I don't know. I mean, the sky's the limit. That's why we wanted to
Yeah.
explore using games as a way to kind of get us to think differently about this topic.
Well, yeah, well said. Well said. I think that's really what it is, and what each diversifier kind of sets out to do. Whether you want to talk about like, post World War II, getting everybody their belongings back, or you want to talk about a modern war where individuals are just pocketing doubloons that they shouldn't, and things like that. There are a number of different ways to look at it, and at the end of the day, what you said there was like, we want to use games to help people look at things a little bit differently. And I think that's something that, you know, you from the Cultural Antiquities Task Force can put forward. I think that's something that somebody from, you know, the jazz portion of our diversifiers can put forward. The idea that, like, we're all here to make some games, but also to make people look inside and look laterally. You know, change your window, change your perspective, right? And so I think that's something that we have here with the diversifier. So again, I thank you so much for your time, Dr. Foster. I think that seeing the State Department in such a capacity here, not just in games, you know, you're not like sponsoring like the Game Awards or something. This is real, down to the ground developers doing stuff, boots on the ground, as you say. This is where we are, in the trenches of game development. So thank you so much. Very, very cool to see you guys involved. Thank you for your time here. And yeah, excellent talking to you. Hope we get to see more stuff from you guys in the future. We do have some more stuff from us here at the Global Game Jam. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Global Game Jam 2022.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 Global Game Jam theme reveal stream. The theme was, oh my goodness, duality. I had a little bit of a moment there. In case anybody else is having a moment like me and needs a little refresher, I'm still Simply Gabby Snyder, joined here still by Tom F. Badinger, and we have Jorge Palacios coming in all the way from Venezuela to hang out with us here today. Jorge, how are you feeling? Are you excited about this year's Game Jam theme?
Yes, absolutely. The first thing that came to mind was the Slipknot song, but also apart from that, came a lot of ideas. So I'm really excited. I'm also excited for the opportunity to be the main organizer for this year in Caracas, Venezuela. However, I'd like to take the opportunity to mention that Venezuela this year is comprised of several game jams. It's the Caracas Game Jam, which is the one that I'm organizing, but also Maracaibo Game Jam, Maracay Game Jam, and Lara Game Jam.
That is really special. And, we've been asking this to everybody, so I figure I'll ask you too, Jorge. If you had to specify what kind of aura, Venezuelan game jammers bring to these game jams, how would you describe it?
Friendship, collaboration would be the first one, because in case anyone has lived abroad for the past 10 or at least 5 years, we already know the political situation in Venezuela. However, I'm pleased to say that the Game Jam, especially the Caracas Game Jam, has been like a stone and how do you say, a light to shine despite all the things that we all as Venezuelans live and breathe. Given that people have now left the country, also their new stream of incomes have made the possibility for the game jams when we had venues to be possible. So they donate. Some people have stepped up, such as myself, to be main organizers because our founder, Ciro Duran, had to left the country, as some of us as well. So it's been a game jam from the community for the community all the way since 2009. So that's basically the aura for the jam in Venezuela. As a matter of fact, people from Maracaibo, Lara, and Maracay were once jammers in Caracas, and myself and Ciro, we gave talks during the year on how to organize events, and then those same people, they take the event, make it their own, and they organize the events in their own cities, which was a relief for us because at the same time, more jammers, more people, and less travel, around the country. So it was good for everybody. So yeah, it's absolutely. I would like to say that he created like a small school for mentoring, like a small mentoring program for young leaders. I'm not young, but I consider myself young of heart, but absolutely. And most of them have been college or university students during the past years or recent graduates. So it's cool to say that, and I'm forever grateful. So, and that's why this year I'm the organizer, because we all know what is happening around the world. So it was, I'm free, and the other people and especially past organizers told me, hey, we cannot be main organizers, but we are here to help you. So send things our way. So that's the main aura. It's collaboration, it's friendship, it's community, basically.
I really love that, Jorge. We look at a lot of these. We look at a lot of the global game jam stuff, and like obviously, you know, we know the media is like Western dominated, etc. And so speaking to these small enclaves in like Eastern Europe, like Latvia, we got a chance to talk to, and Ukraine, we even got a chance to talk to some North African people, and it's very interesting how a lot of at the end of the day, we're all just gamers putting together games, but there's a lot of talk about like, oh, you know, I want to show what we do over here to the world. It's about exposition. It's very interesting with the climate in Venezuela, how like you've almost took it like the other way, where people are unfortunately having to go other places, leave the country. It's a very arduous lifestyle, but you are using this opportunity to keep people together, right? Like obviously we're going to show what Venezuela does, but this is bringing people together at a time where like we can't do that. And yeah, you know, the world has a little bit of a taste of it with what's going on with COVID, but obviously, political unrest, very, very different. And so I think it's very, I guess noble is the word. I think it's very interesting and excellent how you and your organization and your community has done something to keep it inside.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, this wasn't planned, but
No.
you said it
Never
all.
apologize,
I
man.
mean,
Never
you said
apologize.
it all. Yeah, I mean, it's a big challenge, but also it's very rewarding because then again, the opportunity that was presented to us for the jam to be online last year, several people that are Venezuelans that are living in Europe, in North America, even in Asia, participated in the jam, even with those crazy hours in between. So yeah, it's collaboration. I mean, people from Japan participated in one way or another, either as speakers or just I don't know, guests of honor, whatever you say. It's collaboration, and that's what I'm really happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, I think that you've really done a commendable job, keeping that community together. Like Tom was saying, we all have a taste of what it's like to sort of struggle to keep your, you use friends, but I feel like it's more like a family the way you're talking about them together when you can't
Yeah.
necessarily be in person for whatever reason. So, on behalf of everybody in your community, I want to tell you thank you. Like, I think that you're doing a really important thing for them. But that'll
absolutely.
to
Yeah, I
put a
mean,
little happy
Cyril's like
spin
a
on
brother
things.
to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really special that you have that. I am a little curious about some of the games that you all have built together as a community in the past. Is there anything that stands out to you as sort of a treasured memory or a treasured experience that you all shared?
Well, in 2017, if I recall correctly, because of the political unrest, part of the organizers and other people in the scene in Venezuela organized a jam related to to that political unrest. That's pretty intense. That gave us a little more of media exposure, so to speak, because it was a different way to explore or creativity and or like again political views, and try to say to the world, hey, we're having a bad moment. It's not that easy, and so and as some mediums portray, but at the same time we're trying to shed some light into it and try to come up with some interesting ideas. So that I would say that's one of the most interesting tales of sorts.
I mean, it's awesome. Like we have one of the cool things. I work a lot in esports, and one of the cool things that I say all the time about our industry in juxtaposition to movies and music and such is that we are building the foundations right now. Like we don't have to look back and see how they used to do it. We're doing it now, and because of that, we have a whole group of people that are inundated into this hobby that this is their main thing in a way that you couldn't really be a gamer in the 1940s because it just didn't exist, right? And so it's just the natural maturation of the human experience, where when we look back, I'm very, politically active, and I stand up for the people. And when you look at the history of how people have chosen to do that, people do so via their words and prose and writing books like Thomas Sinclair, or they write music like Bob Marley and the Wailers, or they put on theater. Well, now we have a new millennium. We have a new generation of a new medium. We have video games that can tell our tale, and Venezuela is a very real example of that. And you and your compatriots, you and your homies, you and your family. This is something that, like, quite literally is a first for the world, for our industry, being able to, like, artistically represent your struggle and speak for the people, be a voice for the people via some people's first language of games. When you make games, we talk about gaming literacy and how very real that is, and how games are a medium. It's an interactive medium that touches you in a way that very few other things can. And what you guys are doing, I think, is incredible. I think that, this goes beyond, I won't even say it goes beyond the Global Game Jam, because I think that this is what the Global Game Jam is here to do. You seem to agree.
Yes, absolutely. That's it. I mean, all of this is a reality because of the Global Game Jam. I mean, the country had a little tiny industry, and then we had a law, and they, it was horrible. But then again, the students, myself, and several other people that are not students anymore, we strive for that, because if we don't have any foundation, there's going to be any industry. So we need to keep the foundations open, because at any time the country is going to be better, and then we will have the developers to rebuild that industry. So yeah, absolutely. And we thank Zero Duran and the Global Game Jam forever being a shed of light into our political unrest and struggles.
Do you have any
We hear you,
advice for
man.
anybody out there who might be looking to build as strong of a community as you've been able to build down in Venezuela?
Well, trust, collaboration, and communication is key. I mean, transferring responsibilities, trusting the other person is doing their best, it's key. Because with that respect and that mindset, anything could happen. I mean, as I said, Zero is like a brother to me, and he was, as any founder, a little nervous, because he was like, I'm leaving the country, and I don't know what's going to happen. And we all said, as a community, I mean, the first organizers were his close friends. Hey, we got this. And for example, each organizer put their own stone, so to speak, and then the thing is building itself. I mean, it's there. So now Zero is like the founder and advisor, but we strive for the young talents in the country, even if it's an online event, to do so. Again, it's kind of a mentorship program, so that would be trust your community, but also lay the foundations for it to be strong.
Start it off and then let it grow. Hands on at first,
Exactly.
hands off in the second part. I understand that very much so, man. Listen, this has been, like, just straight up and down. Everybody that we've gotten a chance to speak to today has been excellent. But spending some time with you has been, I think, really eye-opening, not just for me personally, but I think for a lot of people at home. Just honestly speaking, it's really easy to look at countries outside of our own as just another blip on the timeline. And then when you get to see that, like, not only do you put it into words, but also like, oh, he's just a gamer. Like, he's got Deadpool behind him, and we're just talking about making games. Like, that's really like what this is all about, right, homie? Like, it's just about coming together and being like,
Hey.
whether you say hola, bom dia, or dzień dobry, we're all saying, hey, what's up? Let's play games. And I think that's kind of beautiful about the Global Game Jam, whether we're having fun and protecting our heritage, like the U.S. Task Force was saying, or whether we're trying to have fun and protect our heritage, like Jorge down in Venezuela is doing, in a very real sense. It is very, very cool and unique what the Global Game Jam does here. I thank you for a moment of humanity as we have a lot of fun, but of course remember to keep in mind what's real important is the people and the devs and the designers behind the art that we put out. And so before we say goodbye for the day, Jorge, where can people find you and your scene and everything else?
Well, you can visit us at caracasgamejam.com. Follow us on Twitter at caracasgamejam. We also have Instagram. And in case anyone is interested in the things that I do and say, at _codes. But again, it's the Caracas Game Jam and the whole jam in Venezuela. There's no time to name all the people that had helped me reach this point, but you all know you are here. I thank you truly.
I echo those same words. There is not nearly enough time to thank everybody that has come together to put together Global Game Jam. I can touch our sponsors real quick. Shout outs to our headline sponsor, Microsoft, Unity, Big Bang, Endless, Discord, Facebook Gaming, Unreal Engine, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Core Games, Virtuous, Twilo Quest, the UK Games Talent and Finance, Cultural Antiquities Task Force of the United States State Department, Houdini Challenge, DDM, Richcast. Of course, thank you to my co-commentator, Simply Gabby, as well. Thank you for everybody in the wings, from Tim, Tarja, and Adam, to everybody that's spent their time here on the show. And of course, thank you to everybody watching. And most importantly, thank you to all of the individual game devs out there. Quite literally, without you, we'd just be us. So keep on keeping on. Make sure you're out there preserving whatever the hell it is that you want to preserve. And remember that all of us, we're just here gaming. Thanks so much, and we'll see you soon.